Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another game of Valheim. We are in episode 22 currently. So I hope y'all are enjoying it. Today, we will be making our padded armor and looking into making Frostner. While also, if we have time, going and seeking out another totem and perhaps the location to Yagluth. Dun, dun, dun. But let's get started. So here we have the frost mead being made, the fire mead being made, the barley wine base. But let's go back to the mine. All right, this mine has been absolutely stacked. So if you look, we already have that much iron, and that's just one wing and a little into the second. This is how far we've gotten into the second corridor, and that's how much we've gotten so far. So I imagine one of these corridors just being a dead end. Because we've got so much iron already from this place. But I could be totally wrong. But this is what we love to see, is these chests, because they're usually full of iron or something thereabouts. And we're at the realm of thereabout with some ancient wood. Alright, let's swim in. Ooh, we do have stuff continuing on here. More chests. Yeah, we're not going to sleep on this gold making stuff. We're definitely going to continue to use that. Because our main base, we're going to decorate it up pretty damn nice, which will take gold and buying this stuff. I want to get into fishing too, to maximize these potions from the bog witch. And also to make I know there's a recipe called fish tacos or something, so I want to get in on that too. Surprised they didn't see me earlier. Alright, that got through my shield. Alright, and a Draugr Elite. What are we looking at on weight? Oh, we're getting towards the top there. And we can take that. And only 12 iron so far from this section. And I feel like we're near the end of the corridor as much as we've been. Close as we've been to the end here. But we've got 3 more stacks at least. Alright, and that's all we're going to get out of here right now. So let's go back. Literally, I'm just keeping the ore in there and I'm dropping everything else off back at the main base. Alright. I think we're putting all our money making in here with the the linen thread here. Yeah, and that's the good thing about doing cave delving is doesn't matter if it's night or day, the enemies are not going to mess with you in here because they don't depend on night or day in these caves. So cave delving is pretty good, crypt delving. Like sometimes in the Black Forest, I'll go into the caves, the sunken crypts, or the burial chambers just to get away from all the dang guys coming through at night. This looks to be the end of this hallway. Alright. Let's see if this is the end of this one or if we can progress further down here. Looks like this is the end of this one too. And of course, once I'm off leave and I go back to work, I won't be streaming during the day at these times anymore unless it's on a weekend or something. But you got until after, Christmas and New Year's. And then I'll be going back to work. And then I'll just be doing this on the weekends. So that's why I'm trying to get in as much as I can now. And get the momentum going. And I think these games are really good at making the grind not bad, right? Because I have a goal, and so I got to get to my goal. And the goal isn't, oh, kill this many mobs or mine 700 things, and you'll get this. It's every piece of iron counts. Every piece of this counts, every piece of that counts, toward another item, another goal, another something. So it makes every trip seem like it's doing something. Everything seems worth it. Alright, we're done with the second corridor here. So this is going to be by far our most profitable iron adventure. So we're at 120, 158 right now, or 148. Oh no, I gotta recheck my math on that one. I wasn't paying that much. Yeah, 148. Yeah. See how quick that turnaround is from the portal? Because everything's right here in this circle. I'm not navigating through tons of hallways and stuff. Alright, and now we're on our last hall here. On our last corridor. Alright, and we have at least one more iron deal past this one. One more blockage of iron scrap, or was it muddy scrap pile? It may go through, it may not. It looks like it just goes into another shelf and that's it. And we just hit day 153. Yeah, it goes into a little shelf. So this will be the end of this entire mine. And this will be by far the most profitable mine we've had yet. With 17 more iron here. But that one corridor was just massive. The other two are pretty short, so. That's 150, 166. 166 iron from that, from just that one. Oh man, something's been dying with iron scrap out here because I just got 2 more out here. So 168. Yeah, some blood bags. Alright, that was quite the haul right there. So now we have to get it all to the base. So the big question is, how will we do that? And so what I'm probably going to do is get back to the highway, put a marker at the end of the highway if I haven't already put one. I've got the turn, so I'll go to the end and then mark the end, and then get the cart and bring it all the way to the end here. And then I'll probably just keep doing this trip back and forth with the cart, to be honest. Look at all this thistle. Thistle must be a big thing coming up because I just keep finding it everywhere. I don't really need to mark the end of the highway. I pretty much know where it is, and it's by this. And it comes there, and there. And the turn is down here, so I could go to the turn with it and then run back and forth, but I don't know if that's worth it. It might be worth it just to make a boat. Well, probably not, because I'd have to take 2 boat trips with the amount I have on the carve. We'll take a look. Ooh, it looks like the spawners have respawned. I'm pretty sure I took those out. Or maybe I didn't take those ones out. I took those ones out, but not those ones. That could definitely be it. I like these curves I put in here. I should have been putting those in a lot earlier, I think. And that fire is still burning. Oh no, I was about to say after all these days it's still burning, but no, it is not. Alright, I don't even have to repair the cart that's been sitting out here. Pretty good. How's it going, Runny Nose? You doing alright? Oh, yeah, yeah. I saw you playing, another game, Deliverance. Something Deliverance. It's pretty good. Want a bourbon? Yeah, that'd be nice, huh? Alright, brother. If you're gonna keep shooting me. Yeah, yeah. It's just a temporary portal for now. I was just using it to bring all the non-metal goods through, so it would lighten the load. I just got all the iron I'll need, hopefully for the rest of the game. I got so much iron. I got over 160 from this one crypt. That was by far the biggest haul. I think the largest was just under 100 in one of them. So this one was crazy. Yeah, it's the morning for me. I just took my kids to the bus stop, and so now I'm on some Valheim. I already made some dough for some bread this morning, so yeah, just got that sitting so I can make some bread for go with dinner later. Like I'm the stay-at-home mom right now, you know. So I'm almost sad to have to go back to work after, you know, Christmas and New Year's. They cancel, just take that whole thing off. Let me put 3. And then one more. Yep, there we go. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking of doing a Sirloin farm. So what I'll do after I clear this and make my padded armor. Actually, I might want coal to help burn all this anyway. So, but I definitely need more surtlings. So I may do that farm. And then put a portal out there for it. And then do like a little watch stand like you were doing for your video. So you just hang out there. So what I needed to do was do the I needed to tame the locks. I forgot to do that while I was offline because I definitely got to get that going. I want to tame that locks and then ride him around. But there's a lot of places to go around that base I put. So I actually got a good optimum position because it connects to a whole nother plains behind the Black Forest and the mountains. But yeah, I got a lot of iron to make my armor, so I should be able to upgrade it all the way, and anything else I need, to be honest. At least I think so. I could be totally wrong. I'll use all this and still won't have enough for my padded armor. Watch. Yeah, the trophies will be nice too. Yeah, I like my Brenna trophy, so the Sardine trophies will probably be just as bright. Yeah, the portion of the house I've built so far on my base so far has been very practical, so it's been very good so far. Yeah, I just can't wait to get this iron, get it going, make my padded armor look really cool. The dread is I'm gonna have to farm a whole bunch of silver for the Frostner. That's the thing I'm not looking forward to. But I might go to the mountains near my new base instead of using my old base. But the old base, I think there's still 2 silver veins there that I found. But if there would have been a swamp near my new base, I would have just gone there. But I haven't found one yet. Okay, so yeah, I got enough then. I got more than enough. I think I got 164 between the dungeon and was between the sunken crypt and some enemies. Know what enemies out here drop iron scrap, but yeah, they've been dropping iron scrap out here too. Now that I Now that I'm in the plains, everything's dropping iron, to be honest. Yeah, I saw your it's Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? Like you're like it's gonna be the worst game ever or the best intro of all time. So glad it was the best intro of all time. So yeah. Yeah, I've never played that game before, so it's gonna be interesting to see that. Yeah, and I like how you compared it to Medieval Dynasty. Like, I played that in early access. Like, I don't know, it might still be in early access. I have no clue. Um, and then they were changing a whole bunch while I was playing, so I just stopped playing because of the all the changes they were making. So, but I thought that was a pretty good game. I mean, I still have it, so but I haven't gone back to it yet because of they're still making tons of changes. This game is slow to change, but we know the update's coming in 2026 because of the PlayStation release, but we don't know when in 2026. 4 hours to get to the credits, amazing. Yeah, that's a long time to build a story there. But that's good. I like that. Um, as you can see, I'm in no rush in this game. If you watch my other playthrough, the World of Warcraft Classic playthrough, not in a hurry there. So I don't mind taking my time and learning the story, building the plot, getting to know the character you're playing. You know. I know you're going from getting your ass kicked constantly, like it's all part of the story to just keep getting your butt kicked. So I thought that was pretty good. You start as a complete loser. It's good. Then you grow up to be a man and create your own kingdom maybe. That's what it seems like to me is you're gonna come from nothing to creating your own kingdom. Alright, one more trip for this. I just figured it would just take way too long to start clear cutting and putting more road in here. Especially since there's only one more sunken crypt here. And my base is all the way up here. It's not worth the sailing. I'll probably just sail down to this base and make it there. It's easy to port the linen fabric or the linen thread. Hey, how's it going, Riley? Yeah, that's the best part about Valheim is like you literally start with nothing but a shirt. you gotta you gotta take everybody out. It's great. That's why this game's so great. That's the best thing about a game like Valheim is it's taught me a lot of patience. So like now that I'm doing my World of Warcraft Classic playthrough, it's a lot easier because I'm so used to coming from nothing to slow build into something and appreciate everything around that. Yeah, the prep is half the battle, and in MMORPGs, people don't like the prep, but I see myself prepping in that all the time now. All right, let's do this. All right, let's get this back to the dock, and then I'll probably just carry what I have on me back to the second base, and then I'll probably make another long ship. I was thinking of not making a long ship, and just doing a carve, but the amount of supplies it is, I'm gonna need a long ship. Yeah, you're right about that, Riley. Like, that's one of the reasons why I haven't gotten back into retail yet is because it's like you're already a hero. They try to make you skip the whole build up, and then you're over there in a plot that you don't understand. Ark Survival Evolved is the same way as Alpha Tribe on official server for a while. I haven't played Ark Survival. I've only heard good things about it. I just have never played it. But I've only heard good things about it. Way back. Like movies. Now the hero chick is invincible. Yeah, that's like one of the worst parts is like there's no plot to the story. Like the hero is born with greatness or they're just great. There's no plot of them sucking and then getting better. Yeah, like what the heck is that girl's name in the last Star Wars trilogy? Rey, right? Like that whole thing made no sense to me because you're introduced to Kylo Ren, who like stops a laser blaster in the air, has full conversations and everything while keeping the laser blaster, the laser in the air static. And then when he leaves, the blast continues and stuff. Like, so he's able to have that power, and Rey, who doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground, just goes over there and starts whipping his ass, and she doesn't even know what she's doing. Like, yeah, you've lost me on that, you know? Like, the dude built his own lightsaber. You know what I mean? Like, he was trained by freaking Luke Skywalker. She's a nobody. But yeah, that's the type of stuff that yeah, like turns me off to some things. Is you got to build yourself up. There has to be a hero arc. Got a wraith behind me. Ooh, yeah, silver. You hate that, huh? Yeah, Mulan the cartoon is great. The movie, she kicks everyone's arse when she is 12. I have not seen the live action. But yeah, I even like the music in it, you know. Let's get down to business. Like, you know, cool movie songs, you know, growing up with that stuff. But yeah, like, if she's already kicking people's butt, you know, or like, if y'all have ever seen The Last Airbender, um, the TV series, great because Aang just hates being the Avatar. He never wanted to be the Avatar. He struggles with learning some of the elements and stuff. Like everything's a struggle for that kid, and he's like the avatar. But then they go into the Legend of Korra, which is like the follow up, and she's like a baby infant, and she's like, "I'm the avatar, deal with it," and she's using 3 out of the 4 elements already. Like you're like, get the hell out of here. So like yeah, like I hear y'all on character development. I'm 100% on pace with y'all on that one. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not the fact that it's not the fact that it's a woman, it's the fact that there's no character arc. They weren't made. They're just there, you know? Like they're already just too good for everything. Oh man, now I'm gonna have to go all the way to the other portal. Actually, I don't have to. I can. Oh yeah, I do. I do. I'm gonna have to go back there. Like it's just all about character progression. I haven't even seen the live action Snow White, so I don't know anything about it. So, yeah. I've just seen all the flack that girl's gotten for saying stupid stuff. So, like I used to have a Disney Plus subscription until their prices went through the roof. Because my son used to love all the Star Wars stuff, and my daughter, she likes all the old cartoon movies. Um, so that was pretty good. But yeah, we stopped because the subscription was so high. We just didn't watch the crazy stuff, you know? But to be honest, my kids didn't even like it anyway. You get some good armor. I mean, everything's a joke here. Yeah, and with your ooze farm, Runny Nose, I saw that. So the oozers have a face. You don't see it, but the problem is they can only attack from their face. And so if their face doesn't face their face doesn't face, yeah. If they're not facing the enemy, then they can't attack it. So that was the problem with that farm was if they're not facing it, they can't attack them. Oh yeah, yeah, I heard about that. Like, Gal Gadot is the queen, and that I don't even know the other girl's name. And you're just looking at them side by side, and you're like, why would she ever be jealous of her? But I mean, I could see that in real life too. You know, a beautiful woman could be more jealous of a uglier woman because, you know, sometimes they get shit in their head. You know. Man, like look at the graphics on that shield and stuff, how it glints back. Like, I mean, Valheim's got bad graphics compared to a lot of games, but the graphics work. Like, they're really good. And it's good on your your storage. Like these creators, they're taking forever to get this game to 1.0, but I don't even mind it. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, that's the bad part is they're taking stories from forever, and they just keep regurgitating them with, the crazy, politics they have in their head. Like, just let it go. Like, create your own story. Create your transgender, gay, paraplegic that, you know, solves world hunger and kills all the bad corporate guys. Like, I'm fine with that plot. If that's what you want to do, it's probably not going to sell. But if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. I wonder what that is. Oh, leather scraps. Well, I can pick that up. I don't know why I'm not picking it up. Oh, I don't have any room in my inventory. Oh, yeah, after killing all those enemies. They destroyed it all. And that's the sad part, right? Is they bought it all up, and so yes, they're they're destroying it because they bought it up, and they're gonna make money off anyone who isn't going to destroy it. I say they do like what World of Warcraft did with Norse mythology. They make their own Odin spelt in a different way, and they make their own Midgard made in a different way. Like it's just the same thing. They just spell everything different. But that's kind of like what made the World of Warcraft story pretty crappy in a way too, is because they're just copying other things. So that wasn't very nice of them. Oh, I gotta get coal. So I gotta get. Don't need this anymore. Well, like, well, sports is dead anyway, because they've legalized gambling all over the U.S. on sports, right? So the moment you involve money on betting, you're gonna start to see a lot of corrupt and shady stuff go on in the sports. So then it's no longer, who's gonna win the game. It's all about the up and unders and who's gonna do this, who's gonna do that. So it'll do one of two things. It'll make it very, very competitive, or it's going to be the most corrupt thing of all, right? And so sports are going to be the most corrupt thing of all, because of sports betting. And then you have female sports, like the WNBA is a great example. They got that one girl, what was her name? Caitlin Clark. It was like a big deal because of COVID. Like, there was nothing else going on. And she brings a lot of attention to the WNBA. She had like the highest selling games and stuff like that, which it's like, hey, good for the WNBA. But then the other females were hating on her, and they would rather like They want a bigger piece of a small pie than a smaller piece of a bigger pie. So like they would rather make $1 million a year out of a $10 million budget than make $2 million a year out of a $300 million budget. So like that's the problem with the WNBA is like they're self sabotaging in that way. Bellular blew the lid off the lore writers after Wrath. It was the designer of Kingdoms of Amalur designer. He literally took those stories he couldn't finish and put them into WoW, destroying the lore. Oh, that's like actually the Kingdoms of Amalur wasn't bad. I wish they would have made like a second one. Was it the Kings of Amalur? Yeah, the and like Re-Reckoning or something, right? Is that is and maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. I don't know. Um, And what the hell did they do to The Witcher? I have no clue what they've done to Witcher. I've never played Witcher before, so I wouldn't know anyway. I've only heard good things about Witcher 3 though, but I just don't know. I have not played. But that would be pretty cool to see like yes, I've only heard good things about the Witcher series, but I don't know that much about it, so I couldn't tell you either way. All right, 4. Can I make 20 or is this 10 per? Let me see here. It's 10 per, so. Oh well. Alright, I'll get some more. Let me see. Do I have any more ingots in here? No, I do not. I'll have to wait for that whole thing to smelt. And then what else do I need to make this? Fine wood, ancient bark, and deer hide. That's the games, but it didn't fit with WoW. But everyone is creatively, yeah, creatively bankrupt and couldn't tell a Warcraft centric story. Yeah, well, like my biggest thing is like you see on my series, I'm playing Horde because like I think the Horde are cool. Like Thrall was a slave who grew up and then became a war chief and created the Horde, and it's like a really great story. And then they turn around and it's just all BS. Like I don't know, it's not even interesting anymore. It's like the Horde took a back seat and no one cares about the horde or their lore or anything, and it's all about the alliance. Um like even the Zandalar thing I wasn't impressed about. Like I've seen a few videos on the Zandalari trolls or whatever. Um, so it would be interesting to kind of play that part, but I haven't played it yet. But I don't even know if that'll be any good, to be honest. But maybe I have hopes for that. But I just don't think they have anything left in the tank. I guess if that makes sense. There's not enough diversity unless it's Wakanda, Black Panther, or Robin Hood. One of my favorite movies is Norseman. They honestly complained not enough black people in 12th century Sweden. Like, I haven't seen the Norseman. Um, was that the one? Is that the Northman? What was it? Where the guy was trying to get revenge on his father's death, but then his mom was glad he died, and then uh, he was shacked up with his brother, and then he was sold off into slavery when he ran away, and then he like battled him by a volcano or something. Like that movie was pretty good. Yeah, the like old school WoW was great. So that's why I'm playing the original to kind of get back into the story. I don't know what they're gonna do with the new WoW, but that's why it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I saw the movie. Um, I haven't seen a comedy series, but yeah, I saw the movie with was it Ethan Hawke, Nicole Kidman? Um, I can't remember the main actor's name, but he was pretty fucking badass in the movie. Like I thought that movie was the bomb. So if people are complaining about that, I don't even know what complaints people would honestly have about it because that movie was the bomb. Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. Oh, like I don't think you want to see where we go from here. Like the U.S. is going into a rough place. I'm not sure about Australia, but oh yeah, and my condolences about the Bondi shooting. If you knew anyone there, probably not, but um, I know that that's probably a big shocker in Australia. Uh, yeah, especially with all the gun laws y'all have there. I figured there would be magically no shootings with gun laws as strict as they are there, but um, I know how it goes with gun laws because my wife is from Brazil, and so like you're not even allowed to have a gun in Brazil unless you're like a police officer or a certain profession. But like everyone has guns there, so um, I'm not sure how Australia is with guns, but yeah, that was crazy when I saw that. Well, I'm AI is going to come up with a lot of creative stuff. I'm worried about AI because it's going to kill society because people will like shell up and hole up and they're going to be like pandas. If you ever seen pandas, they need to eat like almost their entire waking life. They have to eat because they just eat bamboo. So, I mean, you can't sustain a bear on bamboo. So they have to just constantly be eating. So when they find a mate, they honestly don't even know what the hell to do because they're like, what is this? I know I want to do something with the mate, but I don't know what it is I need to do. And so, like, that's how I feel American society is becoming. I'm not sure about everywhere else, but we're going to be those pandas that are sitting there and they don't even know how to do things in real life with real people. And they're sitting there like, I want to procreate, but I don't know what procreating is. I've only seen it on TV and through AI. That's what I'm worried about. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know Europe is cooked. Like, even when I lived in Europe, like, they were fading fast. I can only imagine it now. So, but they had already hit the wall a long time ago. So when you would take a train from like Italy to Germany, and like it would have with the police in there, and they would literally just start checking everyone's passports and just start arresting people on the train because like the immigration there, people were just illegally migrating everywhere. So they were already being overrun, and I lived in Europe from 2015 to 2018, and it was bad. Like especially in the cities of like Italy and stuff, because that's where I lived was Italy. But like you'd even go to the cities in Germany, and England was bad. Even Portugal, it didn't seem like there were a lot of native Portuguese people in Portugal anymore. It just seemed like a lot of Muslims and stuff. So, yeah, like I know they were hitting the wall a long time ago because almost everyone was foreigners. Oh, you can buy guns in Australia. It's just harder. Okay. Oh, it's Bond. It's Bondi. Okay, not Bondi. Okay, yeah, my bad. My bad. Bondi. Yeah. Oh yeah, thanks a lot, Mickey. Yeah. And thanks for stopping in. I was just talking about sports too, and you were missing it. I was talking about how sports betting is probably messing up sports and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, good to see you on, Mickey. Hopefully all is well with you. I'm sure you're off to work or something. So like most people in the world today, probably going to hang out with the grandkids, maybe. Hopefully. All right, let me get tons of coal. I gotta get my coal production up now. Yeah, I'm hoping some of the new games coming out are gonna be really, really good. That's my hope, but I know what hope gets me. Well, they say in Warhammer 40,000, hope is the first step down the long road of disappointment. Yeah, that's yeah, that's what I'm hoping. There's a few games that are going to be interesting. Um, but no, right now, what is it? Black Desert Online is free on Steam, and Hogwarts Legacy is free on Epic Games. I mean, I don't play either, but I mean, Hogwarts Legacy is like a $60 game for free. I mean, I'll take it. Um, yeah, and I know my son, he was interested in it, so he already started playing that. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Hopefully, there's some really good titles coming out. Paying too much attention to what news coming out though. I heard like the Ashes of Creation is actually it actually exists. I've seen a lot of videos saying it's all fake, but I guess it's real now. So that might actually be good. Maybe. Oh man, had a butt ton in there already. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I took my kids to school and then got on and started playing this. So, yeah. Yeah, after the holidays, I got to go back to work, though. Unfortunately, I'm not retired. In a few more years, I will be, though. Base Warhammer? I haven't seen that one. I'm going to have to look into that. You want to pay more than $5 for a game? Hey, if the game's good, I'll pay more than $5. But, yeah. But honestly, like, there's not a whole lot of people to play games with anymore and stuff. So that's why I like streaming and seeing people talk because it makes it more interesting, you know? It makes it feel like you're actually doing something besides drinking alone. You know? It's like, yeah. 155. And I haven't even killed Yagluth yet. That shows you how slow I'm going. I gotta build some more smelters. This is going too slow. Let's see if I got the coal and I mean the turtling cores. I know I got them. I've got to have them. I was in a burial chamber a few episodes ago. So I'll let the other base. It's not even 10 a.m. here. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not even it's about to turn 10 here, you know. I'm on the East Coast of the US, but like yeah, like uh I mean drinking alone is just kind of depressing, you know. So it's more fun with friends. I mean, heck, back in the day, um was it like 2007-ish, 2008 time frame, I used to sit there and drink alone and level World of Warcraft characters and sell them. So, like, yeah. So that's what I used to do on the weekends. The kids are asleep. The leader of the opposition is at work watching Valheim. Sounds like Nirvana to me. Uh, See, so Riley, you're close to me because yeah, I live in Georgia. So I just moved to Georgia. So there you go. We're almost neighbors. Yeah, I never got the immortal title. Like, I was never much into raiding. I think I raided Naxxramas like maybe one time. Like I remember the dance from the what was it, lava or something that was coming out of the floor, the those green stuff maybe. Like, see, it's been so long, but I remember you had to memorize the dance to move around and stuff. Um, but yeah, man, that was a million years ago. But like I used to level characters and sell them. Like the hottest selling thing was always the blood elf mage. Like people would pay top dollar for that. So no, I live in Georgia, the state. Yeah, not the country. Yeah, yeah. My English is pretty good for being from Georgia, the country. Like, that'd be great. Nah, yeah, I'm from the state of Georgia, so. Well, I'm not from the state of Georgia. That's just where I'm living. So I'm from the state of North Carolina. So yeah, so I live near Savannah right now. So yeah, it's like you have Atlanta, Georgia, and then everything else. But Savannah is actually a pretty big city. So well, not big, but I guess you would call it an important city. Maybe I guess that's what you would call it. Not big, just important. So. Nah. Actually, maybe. Like, it is a pretty uneducated region of the U.S. I would say, like, even North Carolina, like, if you're not from the coast of North Carolina, you're pretty much uneducated all the way to probably just east of like Rocky Mount or something, like in between that area where the swamp is and stuff. It's just a bunch of farmers who don't know anything, or like it's a bunch of thug life cities. So yeah, yeah. The school systems here are atrocious. Like I hate sending my kids to school here. We're working on getting them into the lottery to get them into a private school next year. All right. Oh wait, I need to make a stone cutter here. Let me see. Sharpening stone and wood, which is at the stone cutting station. I need to make that stone cutting wheel. Hey, if I didn't have a job that took up most of my time, like right now I'm on leave, so it's like it's not taking up any of my time, which is fantastic. But as soon as I go back to work, like I'm never gonna see my family except for on weekends and stuff. So that's why like I'm getting it in as much as I can right now, and then I'll probably be posting videos on the weekends. Um, and that'll be about it for me for a bit of a while, and then I'll be hardcore hitting it up after that again, hopefully. Because I only have a few years left till retirement too, so can't wait to retire. Oh, it's 2 and 10. Okay. Yeah, it'll be great to retire and be old. And then 5 stone. Hey, like I did the right thing. Like sat there and I used to build houses for a living, and what had happened was I just totally chose the wrong profession, and the housing market collapsed in 2008, but um, building stopped in like 2006. The the actual collapse was all the rich people and all the banks when it collapsed underneath of them. Um, but like everyone else had already collapsed before that, and so I moved off the island because I'm originally from an island off the coast of North Carolina. And so I had to leave the island and move inland, and no one would hire you for building and stuff, like because they could barely make money as it was. So then what I did was apply for a bunch of jobs everywhere, and it was you want to deliver pizzas or join the army. So I joined the army, you know, and so I've been in ever since. You gotta, yeah, it works for count. She's going to Philadelphia. If she's going to Philadelphia, make sure she brings a bulletproof vest, man. You know. Yeah, violence in Philadelphia is pretty bad. So there's no need to go out after dark if she doesn't have to if she's in Philadelphia. Right? Yeah. Like I wasn't making much money either. I was at first I was making an hourly wage, and I actually made my own company. And we framed like two houses because we did framing for the houses, and then we moved to decks and railings because they stopped framing houses, and people don't know how to do stairs like and space out railings properly. The math is just too hard for them. So that's what I did, and then eventually I just had to let everyone go, and that's when I moved inland. But like, yeah, so I just decided to join the army, and it's so easy. Like, you don't even have to try to be in the army to be good at it. Like, if there's a job where you're gonna get a pension, and you just have to show up and do what they ask, it's the U.S. Army. So, I mean, the last few years were a struggle under the last administration because they were like, I think they were purposely trying to destroy the army. But yeah, so those were like the hardest years I've been in the army was those because I've been in the army 18 years now, and so yeah, that was rough because you're trying to run units and they're pushing woke stuff, so it was pretty bad. Oh, she's only 4 foot. Yeah. Yeah, they might mistake her for a kid, so she might be fine. I think even in the U.S., even criminals, they don't mess with kids too much, you know. At least not as far as I've seen. All right, now let me see what I see this stuff. Oh wait, need to make that last piece. Did I not make my sharpening stone? Ah. Dang it, I thought my wife was short. My wife's only 5'2", and I thought she was short. Like my 12-year-old daughter's as tall as my wife now, so. Put the last finishing touch here, and then I'll be able to build this armor here to the full extent. All right. I wish they had like a search function on here where you could actually like search for stuff. So I hope they put that in 1.0 where I could sit there and be like, hey, let me search for padded armor. Ooh, look at that. Got that new vial stuff. All right, got 10 and 20. Oh man, I'm gonna need more linen. If this is the case, that's a lot of linen. So let me get that going. Right? All men should be replaced by women in the army. Then we just have to wait to the month cycle eclipse, pay-per-view it. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, dude, like yeah, I'm sorry you're an American man. Like you're honestly just gonna have to search for non-American women. Like yeah, that's just the only answer, man. Like I said, my wife's from Brazil, so um it's just the unfortunate thing. Like most people I know aren't even married to American women just because they just don't know how to act right. Oh yeah. Need is done. Oh yeah, I need to start making that linen thread. Now I gotta put my farm clothes on so I can get them yields, you know? I can't wait to get my farming up to 100 and then see what 125 farming looks like. I'll pick you up one from the airport. Yeah. Yeah, most women that are sane are taken from high school onward. Yeah, like I don't know what's up. So like, oh man, yeah, and the ones on the street have so many problems and self ego. It's not. It's a no go. Yeah. So like when I went to college, so I went straight out of high school. It was quite the experience because I didn't know anything about politics back then and how college groomed people. And so like I'd write papers and then I'd get bad grades on it because they'd be like, "No, that's not the right point of view," and da la la. So I was surprised because I was like, "You're supposed to be free thinking in college, and like this is my opinion on the paper," but they'd be like, "No, that's not the right opinion," or whatever. And so I just scratch my head and be like, "Okay, they just suck." So you just write a paper that they want, they want to see. Um, and the grooming begins, I think, with a lot of females like that too. Um, or yeah, if they're saying they find a husband in college, right, and then they're taken. Uh, but honestly, these days, I would just say you probably got to find one out of high school. But if you're too old for that, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. like, because once they get into college and they start doing crazy stuff, I mean, they start getting indoctrinated by the craziness. Um, and then you have the other problem of like, because I didn't even get married till I was like 28. Um, because you'd see a lot of women who once they turned 21, they would go crazy because they could legally get alcohol at that age. So they would go to the bars, and then dudes would just be buying them alcohol all the time and like hitting on them. So then they would be like, "Oh, I'm like the most valuable asset in the world," and it's like it's not what you think. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, you would see that craziness too. So that was like a million years ago, back when I was that age. But yeah, like there's yeah, the U.S. is a rough place, man. It's a rough place. Like it's probably the best country in the world when it comes to just everyday basics. I would say like central air. We take for granted central air. Um, it's probably the best thing in the world, and people don't get that. Um, Even in developed countries in Europe and stuff, they don't have central air. So people automatically think in the US because we have those great things that the rest of the world has all that and they don't. So like people take that stuff for advantage and like that's how American women are. They just take all of these great things and they take it for granted. And so they don't know how good they really have it, you know? And you're like, that's why my buddy wants to go to the Philippines in February. This literally moving out of the U.S. and wants to take his friends with him. I mean, like, it's probably cheap to live in the Philippines if you're still making U.S. money. So, like, if you got a steady income from the U.S. and you're moving to a different country, maybe it's good. You'll pick them up one from the airport. Um, yeah, teach you the ropes. Angeles, that's where he wants to stay. That's about 1.5 hours north of me. Uh, it's just bar girls from all over the country. Yep. I got divorced at 28. Was in Australia. Every single woman was fat, had 3 kids, and a bad attitude. So I left. 100%. That's how it is in the U.S. now too. They're either 300 pounds and a bad attitude with like 6 kids, or like they look good but they're batshit crazy. Yeah, I've known all toxic. Yeah, it's like a prized racehorse. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like, a lot of Americans hate the U.S., but everyone and their mom's trying to get here. But I would say one of the worst parts about the U.S. is just the other aspect of quality of life. Um, Almost everybody I know, which is crazy to me, just lives in constant debt, and their whole life is paying bills. Um, and they just live on to the next bill, and they're up to debt in their eyeballs. And so, like, I scratch my head on that. I'm like, I can't be in debt like that. Uh, so people really struggle with debt in the U.S. from what I've seen, and like that stuff's crazy. Um, Especially being in the army, like if you're a leader in the army, they kind of make you get in the business of your soldiers, because you have to track their financial situation if they're having, you know, a bunch of debt and everything. And like almost everyone has all that debt, and you're like, how? Like, because credit companies have no problems hitting up the army because they know we can force them to pay their bills. So, um, yeah, it's rough. So that's the one thing I'd say about the U.S. is like other countries, they're living poor, but it seems like the money situation is better, because in the US the money situation is not good. Because in a poor country you're just broke. In the US you're in debt. Like you're beyond broke. You're past broke. A lot of people are like, I don't even know how they still function. That's how much in debt a lot of people I know are. So sometimes it's a sad situation in those respects. And like, yeah, like when I was in Afghanistan, like I felt bad for the Afghan people because their lives kind of suck. But in another way, I felt like they had more freedom than people in the US. So, which is kind of weird to say, but honestly, like if you just wanted to go and do something in Afghanistan and you had the able body to do it, you could do it, you know? And it's a war torn country, so like if someone needs first aid in or any type of medical treatment in Afghanistan, it's probably not going to be good medical treatment, but you can get it right then and right there. Like no one's going to be like, "Oh, go away, you don't have the money." No, they're going to treat them. So like if they have the means to do it, if they don't, then they were screwed. So it's just things like that. So yeah, like so the US has the greatest country, but then like corporate America has screwed us over hardcore. And so that's what we need to be aware of in the U.S. Um, because corporate America's already taken over all the rest of the countries in the world and pretty much turned them into slaves. Now they're turning on us, you know? So that's the sad part. It's first 40 hours in the country ever going to the Philippines. Oh yeah, 100%. Like the US was designed to put Americans in debt 100%. And it's even more obvious now. Like, and that's the bad part is like you used to think people had, like, when I grew up you were like people are generally good. Like I mean, I guess in a way it's still true. Like no one wakes up in the morning and says I'm going to be evil today. Like people don't do that. But the things they do, you're just like, how can you think this is like, why would you want to live your life like this? So I guess that's the most confusing part to me is like when you see things like that, that's, you're like, yeah, you just, there's no way this makes sense. And you don't know you're taking advantage of people. And, but corruption is rampant in the US now. So yeah, that's another thing. So, like, if you hear the podcast of Elon Musk talking to Tucker Carlson, oh man, that's so sad. Like he's just like there's so much corruption in the federal government. Like he's like if you end it all, we would literally just collapse into civil war. Like because he's like so many people in the US just live off the corruption of the federal government. Americans talk about freedom, the rest of the world live it. Yeah, well, so yes and no. Um, living in Europe, they're definitely not free in Europe. I can tell you that. So, um, there's some things that go on in Europe that make me turn my head. I'm like, ugh. Um, but yes, we talk about freedom, but um, we've lost a lot of freedoms. Like I talk to soldiers all the time about it. If you were to see the United States before 9/11 compared to now, you would think we live in a like prison system. Um, and it's only because I was old enough to realize the difference. Um, because I was a junior in high school when 9/11 happened. Um, and yeah, like you could just walk in an airport free. You could travel anywhere without anything. No one's gonna ask you for anything. Like HOAs didn't exist. Like it was just a completely different world. Um, but no, not anymore. Now, like you're controlled. Every aspect of your life is controlled. The cell phone has consumed everybody. Like it's just crazy. But I sound like I'm crazy, you know. But yeah, all right. Actually, let me just start upgrading some of it now too, if I can. Oh, that's cheap as mess. That's what I'm talking about. I thought it was gonna be like 15 to 20 per. Yeah, it's just all linen thread. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah. Alright, and Locke's cape, right? That's what I need to look at here. Gotta be official with the cape. 6 pelt, 2 silver. I'll go to my other base for the silver, I think. Yeah, so I'll get the 6 locks. And only 2 silver, that's too easy. Oh yeah, I got metal on me. And then item stand, let me see here. Where are you? 8, 4, and 2. Do I even have 4? I got 4. I shall take that with me. Look at all my armor sets so far. Yes. Actually, the Netherlands, when I was in the Netherlands, it was actually pretty nice there. So yeah, the Netherlands is pretty good. I mean, Ireland still seemed intact when I was there. Um, but England was going into shambles, so I'm sure Ireland was right behind it. Yeah, like I mean, here in the US though, I mean, it's getting to the point now where like you saw the guy that killed the Ukrainian immigrant girl, like dude had been arrested like 14 times and nothing. Like I mean, clearly he was crazy. Um but the problem with the US society is the people in charge base everything off race, and that's not a good thing because they start letting people skate by um, because they're like, oh, well, you know, this, and it's like, nah, that's not how things should work. But they let people skate by with that stuff, and that should not be the case. I'm gonna put this right here for now until I build my hallway. And so, like, what happens is people get a sense of entitlement, and through that sense of entitlement, people start to resent other people, and so that's going to be the biggest issue in the U.S. I think later on is certain group of people get away with things, and then you have everyone else just letting them get by with it until it gets to a tipping point where they see the justice system favoring a certain group of people, and then it just causes major issues because you'll start to see like they're the ones committing all the crime and the murder and stuff, but then like they just keep getting away with it. So that's like the major issue with it. Man, I'm going to have to upgrade this, aren't I? Ah, man. We're only level 2 though. I need to put some wood in this fire. Look at this beautiful area. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Australia's all convicts. Yeah. Yeah, Florida. That's why everyone's moving to Florida because Florida's doing the right thing and making everyone equal under the law, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like well like that's the thing like the US pushes all that BS, right? And so it's in everything. Like the craziest thing you ever hear and they just say it like it's normal is like on the news they'll be like, "Oh, the African American vote, the Hispanic vote, you know, the Jewish vote or something." I'm like, why would they vote based on their skin color? They're definitely not voting based off their skin color. They're voting off their socioeconomic status. Like, my job is this, so if I vote this way, it'll help me. You know, like I make this much money a year, so I can't afford them to tax my tax bracket, so I'm voting for this guy. Like, people vote like that. I mean, well, they used to vote like that. Um, Unfortunately, now I think you know, people vote blue no matter who, and we see where it got us. But I mean, I think anyone who votes Democrat now, sorry if you're a Democrat, but anyone who votes Democrat now just literally hates the U.S. Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. Like, you're just an American. There's no such thing as African American and stuff. Like, you know, like, but a lot of people get upset. Like, so I mean, y'all all speak English, right? So like, we use descriptors. So like, and I think people get upset about that. So it's like, in the English language, we'll say, "Hey, that's a blue car," or "Look for the brown house with the blue door." Whereas in other languages, they put what it is first. So like in like all the romantic languages, they'll be like, "Car blue, look for the car blue," look, or they'll just be like, "Look for the house brown," things like that. So like I think a lot of people who have English as a second language see our descriptive language as like racist or something, and then other people start to think it is, just because we describe what we're talking about before we talk about it. But yeah, like saying African American and stuff isn't really, you don't need to say that. Like, honestly, you don't even need to mention the person's ethnicity or skin color at all, because that's like the biggest issue, right? Is like, why does that even matter unless you're trying to describe them? So, but in the US, like, they've ingrained that into society. And so that's one of the bad things about the US that I think a lot of countries don't have. One thing Italy did have that we don't have in the U.S. is like dang near legal pedophilia. Like Italy was bad with that junk. So like dudes could almost rape young women on the street and stuff, and no one would even care. They're just like whatever. So that was a shocker to me. Like you'd be in a store or something, and there'd be like a 13-year-old girl sitting there in line, and some 6-year-old dude would like grab her ass with a handful and be like, "Oh," and then everyone would just like smile at him, and you're just like, "Oh my gosh," you know, like it was some of the craziest stuff I'd ever seen in my life. So that's one thing that we don't accept in the U.S. I guess unless you know Epstein, but but that's a whole different thing. I'll put that back over here. And like a lot of times on the paperwork and stuff, when they ask for my race, I usually just put nothing, or like, um, you know, not applicable. That's usually what I put on my paperwork. Just because it's like, why does that even matter in the whole grand scheme of things? Especially with someone like my wife, like she's from Brazil, but she's also black as well. So then it's like, okay, so what does she put down because they don't have an ethnicity and a race for like my wife because they don't know what to call people like her. So, in the US, like even the racial stuff is racist because they don't add everybody in there. So, but it was meant to be. So, because the people who made that stuff were like LBJ and stuff who were extremely racist. So, yeah. All right, now I need my hammer. And then let's see what we have here. I need to make flint and wood. Yeah. I'm not from there either. Yeah, exactly. Like it's hard to make a descriptor, right? Like you're like, what do you say? So you got to come up with something. And that's the hard part because like it's like, okay, how do I describe this person? So you'd be like, okay, it's a white person, but then it's like, okay, they look Scandinavian, and then some people will be like, what the hell does that mean? Because they just don't know, or something like that. So and then I need to make this thing over here. That way I'm good to go. And I've made my Locks cape. Now I can hang my other cape on the wall. G to G. Alright, let's see here. Put this here. And on there, boom. Now we're looking good. It gives me more of a rusted buff, right? So, yeah, level 11 now. Missing a bed and a banner, that's about it. And then I'll be caught up with my other one. And I gotta put the table. That'll all come when I build the next wing of the house. Yeah, I should have joined the army from Florida because no income tax, you know? That's really what I should have done. I like Florida for that. I heard they're trying to get rid of property tax too in Florida. That would be amazing. No income tax and no property tax. Like, I hate property tax. We fought a Revolutionary War over being taxed, and yet we pay taxes on stuff we own. To tell the government that we own it. But I'm liking my armor now. I'm almost, how much is this? 31? 40? So I can probably upgrade 2 more pieces. And then... what level is my 3? So if I can upgrade 2 more pieces, that's the bomb. That'll be... got that one more piece, and then I'll be... 100% on that, and then I gotta do Frostner. Oh man. What a pain Frostner's gonna be. When even you're not looking forward to making your hammer. It's like, Alright, now my chest piece is at 100. Level 4. Look at that. There you go. My Megan Yord was making me look massive. My championship belt on. My WWE wrestling champion belt. The cream of the crop. the top. Oh no, even in the US, if you buy something with nothing like that, you still have to pay property tax. Like if you live in a state that charges property tax. So, like literally if you live completely off grid, the government provided you zero services, you still have to pay property tax. So they don't give you electricity or anything because like even Representative Massey in the U.S. Congress, his house is 100% off grid. Like literally uses nothing from the government and everything, and dude still has to pay property tax. Like, and a lot of people hate him for having a self-sustaining house off grid. Like, I thought that was crazy. I thought they would love him for it, but that's how you know some of that Green New Deal stuff. I mean, I love the earth and I want the earth to be around forever because my kids are going to grow up and stuff like that and they have to deal with all this stuff. But sure, do we cause a little bit of global warming? 100%. But all in all, if you look at Earth's history, we're still in a cold period. We're still in the warm up of a ice age. So like the Earth's temperature has usually been warmer than it is now. So, and I'm gonna tell you right now, like North Carolina has had the coldest winter it's ever had since they've started documenting weather. So if it's warming up, I don't know how we're having the coldest winter either, you know? So yeah. Um, so it can't be the Green New Deal, property tax stuff, things like that. So like yeah, it's just they charge tax as an extortion to show that like, hey, you own property in the U.S., you're gonna pay a property tax to show that you own it. Um, and really, the people who control property tax, that's like state and local, and a lot of it comes from local. So like, if I were to live in a city, it's, a lot of your property tax is for education, and so even if you have zero kids, you've never had a kid a day before in your life and stuff, you still have to pay just as much property tax as a person with like 6 kids and all of those kids go to the local school. Like, even though a lot of the money goes to the school, like, doesn't matter if you've ever had a kid or not. But Texas is working on a thing where the state is working with the local governments on if you homestead, you don't have to pay. Well, the state will subsidize their property tax for them. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's all like local government. Local government does it. Yeah. So like yeah, but every state they'll yeah, not state, but like every local government charges tax no matter what. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like when you look at what most property tax goes into, it goes into school districting, right? So like if you live in a city with a good school, the property tax goes up because they use that tax to go into the school. And so like you'll see a lot of people complain that their tax dollars are going to a service that they don't use, right? Because they don't have kids. Um, and a lot of the tax goes to school, whether it's to fund for books, you know, workers, the new stadium that they have. Because I know, like here in Georgia, their football stadiums are ridiculous. Like they spent like $13 million on some high school football stadium somewhere near here, and I thought that was crazy. But I know in Texas they spent, it was a couple, it was like maybe $40 million on some stadium for high school. It's so good that the Dallas Cowboys practice there. But yeah, property tax goes directly into stuff like that, and like a lot of people were outraged because they're like, why are they paying for a high school football stadium? That's for high school. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like, you're going to have to pay for that public transportation. Now, hopefully, I would hope if a bunch of tax dollars go into it, that it lowers the price of tickets. And that's supposed to be the benefit of property tax with schools. Like, I actually don't even mind paying property tax if it goes into schools and stuff, if the schools weren't totally corrupt, you know? Oh, my wife's even a teacher, and we know the schools are bad. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people get upset about it, and they argue that they shouldn't have to pay tax because they don't send kids to school. They shouldn't have to pay a tax because they don't use the amenities like sewer and stuff. They don't use electricity. They don't use this. They don't use that. But in all reality, they're still gonna pay it anyway, you know. But that's what I was saying is like, I know Florida, they're trying to work on a way where they don't have to pay property tax. So that's why I'm interested in seeing how Florida works with that, because that would be great. Oh, 100%. Like, but I mean, that's federal tax. Federal taxes go into Army and stuff like that. But even in the U.S. now, a lot of the roads are starting to become tolled. Even in North Carolina, where tolls were illegal, the state government legalized toll roads, and so they're tolling roads in North Carolina. They changed the laws so they could do that. So not only are you paying taxes for roads, now you're paying tolls. The people who ride on those roads pay the tolls for it too. And they say it makes it cheaper and you pay less tax to the road, which I'm like, yes, but they didn't lower the taxes, you know what I mean? So that's that's the problem, is like, so now other people are paying more money for something, but there was no relief for it, you know? So because once they find something, they're gonna find a way to spend it on something else and keep it forever. But yeah, like I said, I don't mind paying for schools and stuff. I just wish they would make the schools better. I'm not saying Elon Musk is a saint either. And honestly, I don't even know how much money the government pays Elon Musk. I thought they weren't even paying him anything. Yeah, the only thing I like about Elon Musk is that they said you can't build an electric vehicle, and he built an electric vehicle. I mean, I would never buy a Tesla, but I was like, yeah, I mean, people wanted an electric vehicle. He made one, you know? So I'll give him that. He did make space exploration cheaper than NASA. And as far as I know, we don't even fund anything for that. If we do, that would be news to me. I know Donald Trump's trying to make a bill so we have to pay for that junk, but I wouldn't want to do that. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he's a big benefactor of government grants. Yeah. Well, he bought a company that made EVs, yes, but the company wasn't producing a efficient model of an EV. That's food. It's just like when he bought PayPal, or he was like a partner in PayPal. Like PayPal was already its own thing. He just helped it along and benefited from it in that way. And then he sold off his portion of it, I think, and then you know, just benefited from the sell-off. But yeah, no, I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan. I'm just a fan of like he's able to do these things. Like he's able to land the rocket again and shoot it back up for a cheaper price. Yeah, yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, so like he owned the company, um, XCOM or whatever, and then he started being the dictator that he usually is, right? And so he led the combined entity of like X.com and PayPal or whatever, and then they ousted him as CEO. But he was still the largest shareholder of PayPal. So then when eBay bought out PayPal, that's how he made a butt ton of his money. So he started all the other stuff. Yeah, so like yeah, he was the CEO of PayPal for a little bit, or X.com plus PayPal, I guess, before eBay bought it out. Yeah, something crazy that he's really doing is that Neuralink thing. I think that's just nuts. I don't think he should be doing that at all. But hey, I mean, he might be a Thomas Edison. You're right. Like, he could be just like Thomas Edison, who goes and he buys out the patents and stuff, and then, or like buys the company and then says, "I'm the guy who did it all." He could 100% be that guy. I want to eat more flax. Grow faster, flax. Yeah, like I said, he could be like. That's what I'm saying. He could be another Thomas Edison. So because that's what Thomas Edison did. He took a bunch of inventors, bought out their patents and stuff, and then he just used their and he bought them out cheap, right? And then he just used their patents to make millions of dollars off of it. And so like everyone's like, "Oh, Thomas Edison invented all this stuff," but really he didn't invent much. Like even the light bulb, he didn't even invent the light bulb, which he's famous for. Someone else invented the filament for it and stuff, and he just kind of bought off the patent and everything. So like, yeah, Musk could 100% be the same as Edison. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Doge did save some money, but ultimately, like, no one's going to save money in the federal government because it's a government system. Government systems create fraud. So it doesn't matter. And like even Elon Musk said he couldn't even like touch all the fraud because there was just so much. And like that's the problem is like everyone knows there's rampant fraud. Like so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I think Doge was more of a publicity stunt by Trump and Musk. So and like they just got low hanging fruit. You know what? I don't even know how much it was. So they said they've saved 7.3 billion so far. Doge says it saved 214 billion, but they're saying maybe it's more like 7.3 billion. So yeah, it's probably only about that much. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it was like a publicity stunt, and like I know Trump's trying to get him a bunch of contracts. Yeah, but hopefully he doesn't get a lot of the contracts. So that's the hope. But we'll see. Like Trump's a business guy, so hopefully he'll see through BS, but I doubt it. Oh, thistle, blood bags, and barley flour. I think a director of NASA got fired, right? me see here. What does Bill Nelson do now? It says he promotes the Artemis program and NASA, but I don't know. So if he's doing that, he's working for Musk, right? Yeah, exactly. He's working for Musk. Well, I mean, so I don't know how tariffs will work, and so the U.S. government. So back in the day, before I want to say before World War I, um, the U.S. never paid taxes at all. So like U.S. citizens never paid taxes before World War I, except for in one brief period. Um, I want to say it was just after the Civil War. There was like 4 years where U.S. citizens had to pay taxes. But then in World War I, U.S. citizens had to start paying taxes, and they said it was only temporary to get through the war and stuff like that. And you know how it goes, like um, it didn't end up being temporary; it ended up being permanent. And so the big question was well, then how did the U.S. make money prior to charging its citizens taxes? Um, and that was through tariffs. So pre World War One, the U.S. literally made all of its money. The U.S. government, federal government, used to make all of its money from tariffs. So, can the government do that now? I no, it can't. Like it's just too big, right? The federal government before World War I was maybe the size of the FBI now. Like it was very small. So now there's no way tariffs can do that. Well, yeah, so tariffs are taxes on goods and services that are brought in from outside the US. And so if goods and services are made in the US and sold in the US, you're just paying the tax that you would normally pay, if that makes sense. Like, because tariffs would be charged on foreign goods. And so the foreign goods would just cost more than American goods. Or it would. So when the goods are sold, so like China isn't sitting there like, okay, let's put 9 million cars in the US. We ship the cars over there and everything, and we have all this debt for sending the cars there. But we'll sell the cars. Like, no, there's already like some sort of financial agreement. And so the companies here would buy that stuff and then sell it. So the people who would pay for it are the businesses who paid for those goods there, and they paid the tax, right? And so business owners would pay the tax, and then therefore they would upcharge because of the tax, and whoever bought those goods would pay that tax. So basically, if you bought those goods, you're paying a tax, or if you shopped at a place that sold those goods, you would probably pay the tax because you would probably boost the price of the other stuff you're selling if you're selling the foreign goods or whatever. But that's the point, is that you could avoid the tax altogether in a tax hike for goods. But even back then, most people homesteaded, right? So like the tax wouldn't bother them anyway. But in today's society, you're gonna pay no matter what. So That's the big difference, and that's why tariffs won't be as good today as they were back then, because we don't live in a homesteading society where your whole family lives on the family farm and y'all raise all your food and you and the community make your house right there. So, well, that's what I'm saying. Like business owners and people who buy the stuff from that business. So in the US, everyone's going to pay that, right? And so that's the problem with the tariff is everyone will pay if you're at a business that buys that stuff. So like that's the point, right? So his big picture would be people start making stuff in the US again, and once that happens, Americans don't pay the tax anymore. But that's the problem is we don't live in a world like that anymore where the US actually makes things. And it also allows the business owners who do make all American things to just jack up the price. Because like we have stuff that's made in America, 100%. Yeah, actually, yes, the Chinese does pay for it. The Chinese do pay for it. If that makes sense. And because if the goods from China don't sell because they cost too much in the US and people aren't buying it and the business owners in the US don't buy it, then China has excess and they can't pay their laborers. Well, that's what I'm saying right there. Like, China's not doing business. So if China's not doing the business, that's the problem, right? Um, and like, that's one of the biggest issues with China is their economy is so fragile that if they're not pumping out goods constantly, it's going to start to collapse. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on how you're talking about it, but yeah, the average person at first will pay for it, but then afterwards, like I said, it's supposed to stimulate the US economy, and then the US economy doesn't pay for it anymore, if that makes sense. So, but it's like I said, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be good for the US for years, and those won't stick anyway because once Donald Trump is no longer president, we're not going to have tariffs anymore. And then it'll just look dumb. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless you're buying all American, right? And there's stuff in America that's made in America, and so you wouldn't pay the tax on that, right? But the problem with stuff that's made in America is they just upcharge the crap out of it because it's made in America because it's so rare. It's like clothes made in America. It's like $100 for a pair of jeans for clothes that are made in the U.S. That's atrocious because it doesn't cost $100 to make. So even if you were paying the person, you know, $20 an hour, it still don't cost $100 to make. So like that's the problem with U.S. made goods is they just inflate the price. Back in the day, goods used to be really cheap in the U.S. because everyone bought them. Yeah, so like American Giant is a clothing company in the U.S. Every single thing is made in the U.S. So the cotton is grown in the U.S. It's spun in the U.S. The dye is from the U.S. The metal and the rivets and everything are mined in the U.S. and everything. So like everything from that clothing brand is made in the U.S. Every single thing. But the problem is a hoodie is expensive, so no one's going to buy that. So, but their scheme is that the because it's so high quality, it'll last forever. So you really can afford to spend like $100 on a hoodie, where I can go to a store and buy a hoodie for $15, you know? So yeah, so that's one clothing company right there. Well, no, not like that's what I'm saying. Like tons of Americans do buy it, but not everyone can afford it, right? So, and that's why I'm saying the model that Trump is coming up with tariffs, it won't ever come to fruition because one, no one in the US has the ability to make clothes like that, right? And that's why they charge so much is because they had to bring in all of their stuff from a foreign country, the machines, because the machines were made in the US back in like the 1960s. They were sold in Japan, and then they had to buy it back from the company in Japan just to start making the clothes again. Like that's how bad it is, you know? Um, so that's why it's so difficult to do those things in the US anymore, is just because we don't make anything. Like Pittsburgh used to be the steel capital of the world. We used to make most of the steel for the entire world, and now they make almost nothing. And they're trying to stimulate the Pittsburgh area to make steel again. It's just not. No one wants to spend the money to do it, you know. So like that's what I'm saying is him trying to go back into the past and make it better. You can't do it. Like it's dead. You're gonna have to come up with a new area of interest, if that makes sense. It's like how everyone's scrambling to become AI. Like maybe the U.S. can become the leader in AI, but we're definitely not going to become the leader in making clothes or even making cars again. Like we're never going to make all the parts for a car in the US anymore. It's just never going to happen. As much as everyone likes to think that would happen, it's just never going to happen. So, well, no, they're yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're directly related, right? So, it's like so, and this is why the tariff thing won't work. Is let's say Ford makes a transmission, but then it's the transmission. One part is made in the U.S., then it's shipped to Canada, where Canada has a tariff. So then Ford has to pay the tariff to the company in Canada to sell it to that company to make the part. And then Canada makes that part. And then Canada ships it over to the Netherlands, where the Netherlands takes it, but they charge a tariff on Canada. So then that company in Canada and Ford have to pay a, that company's tariff. You know, the company pays that tariff for that because every country has tariffs, right? And then it ships from the Netherlands to Mexico, and then Mexico finishes assembling the transmission, and then it's shipped back into the US where it's charged another tariff. So like the same good has been charged a tariff in like four different countries. And so the product is like super expensive. Um but that's always been the way it's been. Well, so yeah, that's the point, right? Is like if Americans did make $2 an hour, which is no one would ever make that little unless they're illegal, right? But even if that was the case, yes, that would make sense because the problem in the US is we've become a consumer society where there are no jobs. And because there are no jobs, massive fraud has taken hold in like the welfare system of the US. And so you have a whole group of people who have never had to work, but they get money from the government. And then you have people who have bureaucratic jobs who make money off of that system. And then they have and I'm sure you know about a bureaucracy. The only job of a bureaucracy is to protect the bureaucracy. And so they make more jobs to protect their job, make it look like it's important. And so then you have all these bureaucrats in the government. And then so you get $1 million. The government pays $1 million to this bureaucratic network, which then sends $10 down to the person. And the other $1 million went to all the people in between. And so now you have a government that's just basically built like that, with businesses that are built with like, getting this free money off the government by doing this. And then the end state is someone who makes probably about $30 to $40 a day, but they don't do anything but sit and watch daytime television all day. And they get, $40 a day off the taxpayer. No, that's not trickle down economics because there's no work in there. That's the difference. Is trickle down economics works when you have manufacturing and things like that. What I'm talking about is like something like the Department of Education. The Department of Education is a federal program. It's a whole branch of the government. And then they have federal programs in each state. And then they have a federal worker in each county in every state. And then that federal worker has federal programs in each school in that county in those states. And so that federal program will go to like the state of North Carolina. Let's just say the federal government gives North Carolina $1 billion for federal programs in the state of North Carolina a year. So by the time it gets through the Department of Education at the federal level and into the state level, you're probably talking about, $900,000 gets to $900 million gets to North Carolina because $100 million has already been spent on the bureaucratic network at the federal level. And at the state level, with all the federal employees that are there, that $900 million gets trickled down to about, $850 million. And then through the county, which you disperse it, maybe every county gets, $100 million. And then you have $100 million that goes to this county. And then, to pay so imagine we have the largest army in the world. We have the largest navy in the world. We have we have Marines. Like, we have the National Guard. So when they activate the National Guard, it's like, I forgot how much it is just to pay us every month, but I think it's like almost $26 billion just to pay every employee in the federal military bureaucracy. So you got to think, you haven't even done anything in the military yet, and you already paid $26 billion that month, and you haven't even done anything. That's just paying the people. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to bureaucracy is, the green suiters, that's what we call military personnel. They're not even getting half of that $26 billion. because the civilian counterparts are getting the majority of that money who have jobs in a bureaucratic network. Oh no, no. You should not give. So like that's what I'm saying is it's an outdated system, right? Is so you give a tax break to a billionaire who has a company that hires Americans to work. But if that billionaire outsources all the work to China or India or Vietnam, there's no point in giving him a tax break because he's going to pay pennies on the dollar for slave labor in those countries, basically. And then he's got a set rate for shipping. So he can already plan all of his money out for shipping and distribution. And so, yeah, they should not be giving billionaires tax breaks like that because they're not hiring American people to do the job, right? And so that's the biggest problem when it comes to giving them tax breaks like that. So I don't agree with that at all. Yeah. It's the same bill that Democrats would pass. That's the thing about American politics that a lot of people don't understand is whether you vote Republican or Democrat, the result is the same in the end. If that makes sense. So, people are getting smart to it now, though. Like, you'll see hardcore Republicans and hardcore Democrats coming out now, and then they'll be like, they'll be like, hey, I'm a Republican, vote for me. And you don't have to pay as much taxes. And then they'll be like, well, now we got to take all that tax money and give it to Israel, right? And then they'll sit there and be like, I'm a Democrat. We'll give you all this free money. But then they're like, no, we have to take it back to give Israel money. So people are getting smart to it where there's a huge Israel lobby. So the American people are starting to get smarter about it. But like ultimately, the way American politics works is there's two parties, the Democrat and Republican Party. Lobbyists get the people into office. So like it's already rigged before it happens because who gets that person into office is the people who give them the money. So if I'm someone like Elon Musk or Bill Gates or George Soros, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay for both the Democrat and Republican to get into office to run for their primaries. And then after that, it doesn't matter who wins because whether you vote Republican or Democrat, they're both going to listen to me anyway. And so that's why you always have buyer remorse on both sides, is because when you vote Republican or Democrat, the money speaks to them. Yes, and it's like wrestling, right? When you look at WWE wrestling, every Democrat will vote against the big beautiful bill. But then if Kamala Harris would have won, the big beautiful bill would have looked almost the exact same, except for it would have probably carried the subsidies over for the Affordable Care Act for COVID, right? Because for some reason, the Democrats love giving money to insurance companies, whereas the Republicans just love giving the money to business people. I mean, they're both business people, but one favors insurance, the other one favors the industrial military complex, but now both actually do the military industrial complex. So like that's the point, is you're giving money to a business of billionaires. It just depends on who you're giving it to. But 95% of that bill is going to be the exact same. So it's all a dog and pony show, if that makes sense. Yeah, the system's really messed up. Yeah. And That's why you have a bunch of Americans decrying we just need to get rid of our current system. Well, so yeah, I was an adult before Obamacare, right? So I paid for my own health insurance for about a year, um, and even from the age of 19 to 20, when I paid for it, it was just too much for me to handle. Like the price of it, I think I was paying. I mean, this is early 2000s. I was paying about 100 and something a month for health insurance. So back in 2005, 100 and something dollars a month for health insurance was a lot of money. Um, and that was pre Obamacare, right? That was pre Affordable Care Act. Me at 19/20, totally healthy. Nothing would ever go wrong with me. I'm paying 100 and something dollars a month, which to me was ridiculous. Um, Especially like because I'm totally healthy. But now under the Affordable Care Act, but also under the without the Affordable Care Act, I never had a choice on who I saw anyway because, like I said, I grew up on an island, so there was only one doctor, so everyone was seeing this guy. Doesn't matter. Um, and I would have a copay on all my medications. There was a copay when I got seen. I actually had the option to not use insurance, right? Which was the biggest thing, because the doctor would be like, okay, so if you use insurance, it was always like that. You would end up just paying the copay if you used insurance. So it would be like a $200 copay. So I'd be paying 100 and something dollars a month. And then I'd have to pay a $200 copay to be seen. Or the doctor would be like, you don't have to use insurance and it's going to be like 150 bucks be seen. So a lot of times you would just be like, I'll just pay you the 150 bucks. Now under the Affordable Care Act, just to pay, so luckily I'm in the military, so I don't have to pay for health insurance. But now I'm going to have to pay over $1,000 a month. Even with, if I was a normal person, I'd have to pay over $1,000 a month for insurance, health insurance. So it's already 10 times more now than it was 20 years ago. And then on top of that, I have no choice. I have to use the insurance. And with an insurance like that, I may not have to pay copay when I get seen. I may not have to. But I have no choice but to use health insurance. And so it takes away my ability to pay a cheaper price. But they also tell you the price of when you get there. So like they're like, oh, this will cost you, $200 to get seen today if you have no insurance. It's like, oh, then I won't use my insurance. And then they're like, no, actually, no. That's what I'm telling you is I may not have to pay. It just depends on what the service is, right? Because I might not have had the service that covers that. So a lot of people, they'll only pay like $800 a month, right? So if you pay $800 a month, when you go there, you're going to have to pay like a $500 copay. But if you didn't have insurance, it would still be the $200. So like that's the big difference is because they force you to use insurance, you have to pay more money to get seen. Now, does the Affordable Care Act help people? 100%. Like there are people who are so poor that they cannot be seen by a doctor. So what they do is they get seen, and it's good for them. But the problem is they get the worst care of all time. So like I have an uncle, so he's had run-ins with prison, drugs, things like that. So not the not the best of times for him, but like, he lives off the government and housing and stuff like that. So he can get seen for free. But the problem is like, so he's diabetic. And so he's got some, neuropathy on his leg or whatever. He'll see the doctor and he's like, hey, I heard about this treatment where I can go to physical therapy, do some stuff, and then, through the physical therapy, I'll be able to get some feeling and the pain gone and stuff like that. And then what'll happen is they'll say, no, I can't do that for you. The only treatment I can give you is when blood flow stops going to your leg, I can cut your leg off, right? And so, yes, he does get free health care, but the quality of health care he's getting is absolutely atrocious. So, and that's good. If you don't have to pay for anything in Australia and you're going to a hospital for free in Australia, that's great. Like, it's kind of like me in the army. Like, I can go to the hospital and not have to pay anything because I work for the government. If I didn't work for the government, oh man, it'd cost a fortune. Um, because my brother, he doesn't work in the government and he still has to pay a copay. He pays his monthly fee for insurance and he still has to pay copays when he goes. Same thing with my mother. She still has to pay copays. And my mother's a senior citizen and she still has to pay. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and on top of that, the insurance guys, insurance CEOs, they didn't make as much money as they do now. Yes, exactly. It's benefits. So it's basically communism. Um, so one man's ability pays for another man's needs, right? So, like, because I'm young and healthy, well, I'm not young and healthy, but I'm a healthy adult, my tax dollars go to pay for someone who can't work and is not healthy. But then on top of that, they're not even getting quality health care. They're getting the worst health care you could possibly imagine. Because it's like I said, instead of giving a guy physical therapy to work his legs and get blood flow back in them and stuff, or giving him, sleeves to, you know, keep everything tighter so the blood flows better. No, they're like, no, come back and we'll do something when we're ready to cut a leg off or something. Like, that's the type of health care they're getting. No, everyone, yeah, so everyone's does. So you have to pay for health insurance every month. If you don't pay for health insurance, if you don't have a health insurance policy, you get fined by the federal government when you go to pay taxes. So, yes, it's not a tax, it's a fine. So, yes, you have to have a health insurance program. So, like, even my uncle who lives in government assisted housing and stuff like that, and the government gives him a monthly check and da 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 da, he has to register for health insurance every single year. And if he doesn't, he'll get fined by the federal government because of the Affordable Care Act. So everyone has to have a health insurance policy. And if you don't, you get fined. And after you get fined, you have to get a health insurance policy. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Affordable Care Act is a messed up system. It's a messed up system. So it's basically, so it's like if I made shoes, right? And I got to deal with the government, kind of like what Elon Musk is doing now. It's like I make shoes and I make a deal with the federal government to say, hey, everyone has to buy shoes. They have no choice but to buy shoes. So they don't have to buy my shoes, but everyone has to buy shoes. And so I'm going to start making my shoes and make them the best shoes around. And so everyone is forced to buy my shoes, or at least my buddy's shoes and stuff like that. So if you're forced to buy those, I can start charging more for the shoes, because if you don't buy the shoes, then you're going to get fined by the government. And so the price keeps going up, keeps going up. And so shoes used to be $50. Now shoes are $500. So now we're telling the federal government, well, you're forcing people to buy shoes, and it just costs so much to make shoes now. So what I need is subsidies from you. And so now the federal government takes tax dollars and subsidizes my shoe company so I can make shoes cheaper. But unfortunately, you know how inflation and everything goes, so now my shoes are even more expensive. Except for shoes are a real product. Insurance is not a real product. So you can just fudge everything. And also, you get the insurance companies get a certain percentage for every time someone is seen anyway. So that's why, like, you used to be able to go to the doctor and it would just go in your medical record. And if you paid cash, it wouldn't even go to an insurance company or a coder. Now, every time it's like, oh, I have a cough, I'm going to get seen, which no one ever did back in the day anyway. But now everyone does because you're paying for health insurance. So now everyone goes and gets seen for every little thing. I stubbed my toe. I'm going to see if it's broken. So now the healthcare system is overwhelmed with BS. And, well, yeah, healthcare is real, but insurance isn't. And that's what I'm saying. Like, insurance doesn't provide a product. Insurance just is a paperwork funneling bureaucracy. So if the doctor was running a doctor's office, if there was no insurance, he would still run the doctor's office. He would still see patients. He would even be able to be in charge of what he would charge you. So, like, the doctor could be like, hey, I can do this surgery, or I can see a person and check them for strep throat for $50. And so, like, if I saw that person, I would charge them $50 for the rapid strep test and coming in and, hourly wage stuff. But insurance now is like, no, that's $600. Well, how is something the doctor can do for $50 now $600? And that's why everything's so expensive. Oh yeah, I think they should cut the military budget. I 100% agree with them cutting the military budget. Something they should do is probably take a large amount of the generals in the military and admirals and just retire them right away because they're totally useless. Take a lot of civilians that have latched themselves on to the system and just shit can them, because that's why I'm saying when you're looking at military pay, most of it doesn't even go to people who wear a uniform. It goes to civilians who have latched themselves on to the military system. Well, yeah. I mean, you could put regulation on price gouging, but the problem is there's no such thing as price gouging if you have a monopoly, right? And so that's the problem with all these insurance companies is there's only so many of them in the U.S. So, like, I think in the state of North Carolina, there's only like a handful of insurance companies. I think there's only like 5. So if 5 people get together and say this is how much these things cost, then that's how much those things cost. It's like meat in the United States. So, like, there's only like 8 companies in the U.S. that sell like 95% of all the meat in the U.S. So you don't think those 8 companies collaborate and price meat at a certain window? They 100% do. Well, you can't take away the insurance company's license because you're the one forcing everyone to pay them. And so if you're the one forcing everyone to pay for them and you're the one who allowed it to get this bad, you can't fix it without getting rid of the program you created. And so that's what the problem is the government doesn't want to get rid of a program it created. And it's a government that would just free fall, right? So if it's so entrenched in the U.S. system now that even if you were to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, there's probably like 200,000 people. That was less than that. Maybe like 50,000 people who will just lose a job in one day. Well, yeah, and that's the point, right? Is people did vote for Trump to do things like get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They voted for him to push the Epstein files out. They voted for him to drop the price of a lot of the goods, to get rid of inflation, to do things like this. The problem is you can't do the tariff thing because it's an old school method that won't work on the current bloated system. If you see the U.S., he's doing his damnedest to get rid of illegal immigrants, but the federal government and the judicial system is doing everything they can to fight against them. Like, never seen a president in my entire life have to battle the court for kicking an illegal out of the country. It's like, okay, we got rid of an illegal immigrant who raped children. How dare you get rid of Maryland man? He's just a simple Maryland father. What? What are you talking about? So like you have the federal government fighting them every step of the way. There's even shady stuff, even with the January 6th pipe bomber. A news organization got analysis by the FBI and everything on who this person was. And even the FBI agreed that it's some female. And but she worked for, I want to say, the Capitol Police or something. And so, but they said there's a 98% chance it was this woman, right? But what happened was when they arrested someone, it wasn't her that they arrested. It was just some random dude that worked at a bail bondsman shop who, by all means, could have created the pipe bombs, right? Because it looks like he did create the pipe bombs. He definitely bought all the stuff for him, according to what all the evidence says. But then, they were like, well, whatever happened to this woman? And they're like, oh, it wasn't her. We have pictures of her with some puppies. And it's like, okay, but just because he made the pipe bomb doesn't mean that he placed them, right? And so that was the point, was he's not even being charged for placing the pipe bomb. He's being charged with making the pipe bomb and moving the pipe bombs, but not actually placing them. So that's the problem. Well, so that's the problem with the U.S. system, right? Is there's no one head of the U.S. government. The U.S. government, the executive branch is headed by the president. The legislative branch is headed by Congress, right? The representatives that the U.S. people elected, just like we elected the president. The judicial branch is headed up by the Supreme Court. And so there's no one leader. That's the way it was built, so not one person could pull a Hitler move, but Hitler didn't make the Nazis all by himself, So, and that's what we failed to realize. But back then, everything was about kings when they created this government. So they thought, we're not going to make a king. But yeah, that was the biggest problem. Okay, so if you look, Blaze Media, let me see, what the heck is this guy's name? Steve Baker. So, an investigative reporter, Steve Baker, went through and found out most likely who this pipe bomber was. He was actually arrested for investigating it because he was getting close to who it was. And so they arrested him, but then they had to let him go because they didn't have anything to hold him on. And so that shows you how kind of messed up the government was under President Biden because they arrested a guy for investigating the January 6th pipe bomber. But they couldn't say you're under arrest for investigating it, so they had to let him go. And then he finally followed all his leads. And then let me see here if I can find it. It's so hard to find news in the U.S. because it's all corrupted, right? Yeah, so it's Steve Baker from the Blaze Media came up with this female's name. I forgot what her name was. It's not important because she's not being charged with anything. But yeah, they did gait analysis and stuff like that. Oh, 94% match, right? So 94% chance this was her. And so what they're saying now is that it wasn't accurate and stuff like that, which it might not be, but it was Blaze Media because the FBI said that the gate analysis was 94% chance that it was her. And she had phone pings in the area. So not only was she at the right place at the right time, but her gate was a 94% match. Now the FBI is saying that no, it wasn't her, it was this guy. And yeah, apparently he bought all the parts and stuff and probably assembled it. But that doesn't negate the fact that her phone was pinging in the same area at the same time and had the same gate. Yeah, well, I mean, he was there with the press pass. That's like saying that any news person who was filming the JFK assassination helped with the assassination of JFK. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they arrested him for investigating the January 6th thing. Well, they arrested him for being there on January 6th, right? But then in the case, they brought up that you would have to arrest all the other journalists and things like that. So they were like, all right, man, do you want to plea out and stuff like that? So they wouldn't ruin the rest of his life in court and stuff like that. So it's the government using the judicial system to make people's lives hell to get you to stop doing things, right? So that's basically what it was. And then the media is spinning it like this bail bondsman guy, who by all means could have 100% made the bomb. I'm not saying he didn't. They're saying he built the bomb because he knew Trump was losing the election. And so he went out there and placed the pipe bombs. But all of the stuff, when you look at the receipts of when he bought all the stuff, it was like in 2019, long before the election results or the election was even close to coming out. So like that was the whole thing, was the whole reason for him making the pipe bombs doesn't fit the timeline. So maybe he could have bought the pipe bomb material and thought, just in case Trump loses, I'm going to pipe bomb. It could have been. Could have been. I'm not denying that either. But then again, his family sued the Trump administration as well. So they don't seem like Trump fans either. So, but that's what I'm saying when we're talking about stuff is like with the news, you have to be careful with what you're looking at because there's shady stuff going on in the news everywhere. And so it makes it like the US doesn't have the free press we used to have. So, which was quite apparent when, what the heck came out? The Twitter files were released. When the Twitter files were released, that opened up the world. Like, people could not believe what was going on behind closed doors with government and private corporation collusion to persuade or to manipulate public opinion. Basically propaganda, right? So, yeah. So a lot of people were surprised about how manipulated the people actually were in the United States because they didn't know the federal government was basically filling false narratives. Oh, when yeah, Biden was president when he was arrested. Oh, Trump was president on January 6th, yeah. And Biden was president when he was arrested. I mean, that would only make sense though. It wouldn't matter who's president, right? So, but the pipe bomber, Trump was president when they placed the bombs, and Trump was the one who arrested him. But that's what I'm saying is like they tracked everyone's phone. They found out every grandmother that was within 500 miles of the Capitol, and they arrested all of them. They now found out that there was a bunch of FBI's in the January 6th crowd. So they should definitely arrest those FBI agents because they work for the federal government and they were in an active protest to overthrow the government, right? So I would definitely arrest those FBI agents. I think they said there were 23 in the crowd at January 6th. That's just FBI agents. That doesn't count the CIA operatives that were in there. But because they'll never know that. But yeah, the FBI agents that were there were never arrested either. So, but once again, the president isn't entirely in charge of the court system unless the court system favors them, if that makes sense. It's just like if the president is, like Joe Biden was president, he had a majority of the Senate, but he didn't have, or was it the House? He had a majority of one of them, but not the other. So Biden was limited in what he could do because the president isn't in charge of the House or the Senate. So that's the big issue. Like Trump, Republicans are in charge of the House and the Senate, but for some reason they still won't help him out. I mean, I know why they won't help him out, but because he hasn't been bought and paid for by Bill Gates, George Soros. So that's why people elected Trump, was because he isn't bought out by the special interest groups. But the problem is he's not fulfilling his promise because he can't. And so that's why people are mad at Trump. And I get it, because he's not getting anything done that he said he's going to get done. Even most of the government corruption is still rampant. He hasn't gotten the illegals out, because every time he kicks an illegal out, the judicial branch comes back and says no. So a lot of the illegals that have been kicked out that don't have representation are usually good to go, but those that have tons of funding usually come back into the U.S. Yeah, so it's just become a big deal. If you've seen all the riots against ICE and stuff, that's crazy. But it's a whole setup. And Trump isn't the end all be all. He's just a guy that, has an idea, but the idea is not going to work. And he has his own government working against him to prevent him from creating that idea. And so that's the problem in the U.S. Like when the U.S. is trying to enforce immigration and they're arresting illegal immigrants, there's a bunch of Americans protesting them doing their job. It would be like if I was a pizza delivery driver and I was trying to deliver pizza, and they were like, no, you will not deliver this pizza. You can't deliver this pizza. And it's like, but these people want their pizza. No, you cannot deliver the pizza. And then but they let me drive over. And then they're like, I'm going to burn your house down if you deliver that pizza. So then I start wearing a mask so they don't attack me or my family. And then they're like, oh, where get you? You're still delivering pizza. Yeah, the U.S. is a hard place to live in right now. So, yeah. Oh yeah, he did not finish the war. Yeah, you're right. But I don't think anyone was going to finish that because Ukraine lost the war. Like, there's nothing Ukraine can do but give the territory to Russia. Like, it's the honest truth. Like, there's nothing that Ukraine will never win. So the only thing you can do is either let Russia have the territory or start World War III. That's the only solution. There's no other solution to the Ukraine war. Now, he did end the Israel thing for at least, it won't be long. But then, like, some of the corrupt dealings with Kushner and stuff after the fact is kind of messed up. But at least you don't have rampant war and Israel just raking over Gaza anymore, you know? Yeah, there's no way anyone was ending the Ukraine Russia war unless you said, all right, Russia, what do you want in the war? Okay. You want that? Okay, you can have it. Like, that's the only way the Russian Ukraine war is going to end because no one's going to start World War III. So, yeah, it's messed up what Russia did. Like, I don't think Russia should be invading Ukraine. But at the same time, I'm not going to war for Ukraine. Like, so what are you gonna do? so like, yeah. I don't know. You must be seeing a different war than I've seen because I mean I've seen quite a bit of intel that isn't in the news on the Ukraine war, and Ukraine is definitely not winning. Like, I mean, you gotta remember, I work for the U.S. military, so like, we're literally looking at the battle analysis for how they're creating war and fighting and stuff like that. So we literally see everything on the ground. And I can promise you 100% Ukraine is not winning. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you see, there used to be YouTube channels in the Ukraine from like 2011, 2012, before any of this ever happened. Um, and they would be talking about, some of the issues that Eastern Ukraine would have with Russia, and like how Russians were moving into Ukraine and how, and all that stuff. So you're basically, conflict was already starting and it was thick in, you know, in 2011, it was already an issue before the war even started and stuff. Um, so yeah, I've seen YouTube channels and stuff on that. I mean, a lot of those YouTube channels aren't up anymore, but so I don't know if it's because they died, they moved out, or it's too controversial. But yeah, like yeah, that conflict's been primed for a long time. Oh no. Oh no, 100%. So like, well, basically, we haven't been fighting a war since Vietnam, right? And even then, the Vietnam War wasn't. It was a war when you looked at the costs, but it's basically like taking the army and tying its hands behind its back and saying go. But the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, We're just a money making scheme. So like because I've been to both Iraq and Afghanistan, and I can tell you right now, there was no war going on. It was just us hanging out there, just being target practice for Al Qaeda and the Taliban, and ISIS. Like, so President Karzai was Taliban. So why would we prop up our enemy to be the president of the country if we were against the Taliban, right? So we basically put our enemy in charge of the country. So, of course, it wasn't a real fight or anything. Anytime like anyone would shoot at us and stuff, I mean, the threat would just be annihilated in less than a minute. Like sometimes you would have firefights, but it wasn't anything major. A lot of times we'd make stupid decisions on where to put a fob and stuff. So like it would just be a turkey shoot for the enemy. No, we didn't win Vietnam. That's what I'm saying. Like, we created parameters, right? We create fictitious things. So like even in Vietnam, we were like, we know the Vietnamese are infilling from Cambodia, from North Vietnam to South Vietnam, but we won't bomb them in Cambodia because Cambodia is its own country. And so we wouldn't bomb them in Cambodia and stuff like that, or Laos and things. But then like every once in a while they would, and it would just be this huge incident, right? Which it should be. You shouldn't be bombing a country that isn't even in the war, but they're aiding and abetting the enemy, which is kind of messed up. But I don't blame them, because I don't. If I were Ho Chi Minh, I wouldn't trust the U.S. either, because we did him dirty. Because we knew he was communist, but we let him be in power as long as he didn't become communist. But then what did we do? We turned around and gave France a whole bunch of money to kill his people. So yeah, we were messed up. Like 100%, the Vietnamese people had a right to be mad at the U.S. Oh, you're rereading everything? Oh yeah, the last time we won a war was World War II. But I'll even tell you, if the U.S. never even entered World War II, Russia would have beat Germany and Japan all on its own. So like Russia didn't even. So like Russia would have liberated Europe on their own. Russia would have liberated China all on its own, and Korea. They would like Russia would have done it all on their own. Like, so to say that the U.S. was the savior of World War II, I think is complete BS. Like, did we help? Yes, we helped. So Russia didn't lose as many people as they lost, as they were going to lose, right? So like, the U.S. helped Russia save lives. That's about it. But no, the U.S. wasn't the savior of World War II, like the U.S. likes to preach in school or something. Actually, it was Russia. As much as people would hate to say that these days, Russia could have won World War II all by itself. So we just kind of swooped in at the end, and we're like, oh, yeah, look at what we did. And then we dropped nukes on Japan, which was messed up because we really didn't need to. So yeah, I mean that's the big difference, you know. It was Big Boy. It was Big Boy and like Little Brother or something like that. I don't even really know. Like, yeah, it was a it was a gross exercise of power. Like there was no need to even do it, but we did it. If we would have just waited a few more months, Japan would have just surrendered anyway. Um, but I think the biggest motivator in that was Russia wasn't in the war with Japan yet, and so I think our political system thought maybe it was just easier for us to fix it while we were the only players in Asia before letting Russia get involved, if that makes sense. So, I mean, in all honesty, like I look at I don't even understand the hate against Russia. Granted, I don't know much about Russia, but like it seems like a lot of politicians are getting their thoughts on Russia from like old spy movies. Yeah, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, like now Japan was kind of messed up. Like I mean, even to this day. So like when I was in college, I dated a Japanese girl, and we were at a Chinese restaurant, and so this little girl was talking to my girlfriend in Chinese, but the mom was like, she was speaking to her daughter in Chinese and basically said like she's Japanese, but like she used the term nip. And so like, my girlfriend at the time lost her mind because I guess nip was like a racial term or something. I have no clue. And so like she was sitting there and she was like, "You are nothing but slave people. Like you will always be slave people." And I was like, "What is going on right now?" Because like in the U.S., I mean, I'm sure it's more where you live, but in the U.S., we don't really know the politics of Asia and what they really think. But like apparently Japan has a superiority complex with all the other Asian nations. So that was something crazy that I'd seen firsthand, and I was like, so it was an awkward situation. I was like, I guess we're not eating here tonight, and I was like, thank goodness that relationship didn't last. That was crazy. So, yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Here in the U.S., it's all fake. And I was just telling Runny Nose about that. I like nothing in American politics is real because if you vote Republican or Democrat, you're voting for the same people who pay for both sides of the aisle. Like we even call it the uniparty system now. Yeah, because I can only think what foreign countries think of American politics because like I don't know, it's like something you have to be here to see. Like if you're not living in the U.S., you really can't see how bad American politics really is. Like I just don't even know how else to describe it. Like it's just it's so bad. But yeah, no, like so what I would say with Iraq and Afghanistan, even I mean we won the Persian Gulf, but we didn't call that a war. It was just a conflict. Um because it only took like 30 days to destroy the third greatest army in the world. Um but Yeah. Oh, the mists, the mistlands. But yes, no, the U.S. Army in the past 20 years of it's not even a war. It's basically just battle practice. Um, yeah, has been a comedy show, 100%. A sad comedy show because it's reality, right? Um, but Iraq and Afghanistan were just, it was a sad battle simulation where unfortunately real people died. Like, like Iraq was just a way to get KBR money. Um, and then KBR directly benefited some politicians and stuff like that. So they got money in their pockets. Um, and so you can't end the war if you're making money off of it. So these politicians would come up with reasons on why to keep us there. Um, and so that's what happened, right? Is U.S. forces just stayed there. And so when I'm talking like only less than 10% of the army actually did anything, literally less than 10% of the army actually did anything. So like out of my battalion that was there on my Iraq deployment, I would say only, we're talking like, you know, around 1,000 people, 1,000 soldiers. Out of the 1,000 soldiers that went there, maybe 20 actually left a fob. I'll be generous. 30, about 30 of us actually left a fob, which was like you leave the base and actually go out into the country itself, because we don't consider where our bases are the foreign country, because it's really not, you know. It's literally US Army territory. But yeah, we would only send 30 people out from the entire battalion, and that was it. Like the other hundreds of people literally just sat on the fob, watched bootleg movies, and fucked each other. Like they literally did nothing else. Um, so deployment for most people, most veterans, was that they actually never even went anywhere, or did anything. They just went overseas and hung out in a tent or a small building for anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. So yeah, it was something crazy. But if you were physically fit and you had the proclivity to kill people, you could go out of the wire and, you know, go on missions. But even then, it wasn't like we would wait for them to start shooting at us and just watch them. Or like most of the time it was IEDs, so you actually never saw an enemy. It was just an explosion on the road, and then you would evacuate the casualties on to a helicopter. And then if it was a catastrophic loss of equipment, you would probably go back. If it wasn't, you would just carry on to the mission and basically pay the locals tons of money um, to try to turn around and kill us with it. Yeah, yeah. For some reason, I think it's either, I think it's my keyboard that disconnects every once in a while, just because I don't know. I think it's getting old. Um, you know, it's poor people out here. You know. Um, yeah, but like, yeah, Iraq and Afghanistan are by no means a war. Um, it's more like a get rich quick scheme for politicians, paid for by the lives of the Afghan and Iraqi people, and service members every once in a while. Oh, damn, that's a shot. In Australia, the Prime Minister calls... Hold on one second. Gotta kill these guys. And let me get back. I can dump all this black metal. I don't even need it. In Australia, the Prime Minister calls a vote before 4 years, 6 weeks of campaigning, limited spending and advertising, postal vote, compulsory vote. We have a BBQ, done and dusted, then go home. I vacuumed up my mouse wire and made it weak in a spot, and it does the same thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's just getting old. And who knows, because I have 2 kids, so they might have just ran by a wire and messed it up or something. Yeah. Dude, like, I'm the same way, Runny Nose. Like, imagine being an American and believing the propaganda that everyone else was seeing, and then you go into it and you're like, what the hell is this for real? Like, I'm telling you, like, because yeah, I went to Iraq and Afghanistan. I thought we were doing the right thing, and then when I got there, there's no way we were doing this for the American people at all. Like, it was some of the worst stuff I'd ever seen. Like, we weren't committing war crimes or anything, but like, it was just a money-making scheme. It had nothing to do with getting Osama bin Laden, or there were never any weapons of mass destruction. I think the whole world knows that now. So it was just all a BS thing. And like, that's the worst part, is like, I know dudes that lost legs and arms and died just so people could make money. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad. And like, these dudes get bad PTSD because they know. They know that it was all BS. And they know they lost an arm because it was all BS. So that's the sad part. So, but the worst part of all is like, everyone's priming the US for civil war, and that's the worst part of all, is like, everyone's begging for the US to fight itself. And unfortunately, who knows, it may happen, which would be shit, but because no one wants to see that. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, you didn't know until you went over there and you saw it go down for real, you know? And so you're just like, what are we doing? And you're like, I'm the most fooled person of all, you know, because I actually went over there and did stuff. But then, like, you're at a certain point where you're just stuck. Because me, I'm a medic, so like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, because you're like, okay, these dudes are just getting waxed. Do I just get out of the army and just say, you know what, not my problem? Or do you at least try to help the mofos, you know? And you're just like, but like, Yeah, it's just a bad situation all around, just so people could get rich. That's what I didn't like about the whole situation. And so that's why we haven't won a war since Vietnam, or since really World War II, because it's not about winning or losing. It's about making money. And so, because, yeah, we have the technology. Like, you could get rid of every soldier in the U.S., just get rid of every soldier in the U.S. We have the technology to just clean slate, like, just kill everybody. Like, we have the technology, so we could win every war everywhere all at once. That's how much technology we have in the US. But we don't do that because it's convenient to create war, if that makes sense, and to profit off of it. So that's what the bad part is. So if there was a real war, yes, I think the US would fare pretty well. But there's not going to be a real war, so unfortunately our next war is probably either going to be a civil war, or we'll be drug into something that just doesn't even make sense. What do you mean? Do I really think what? Oh yeah, there is the Mistlands. Look at that. Somewhere I don't want to see is the U.S. go to war with Venezuela. Like, there's no point in that happening. That's what I don't want to see. 'Cause that wouldn't make sense at all. Because that would be another like Afghanistan thing where it's like we're just hanging out there to make money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is that? Yeah, the like that island off of India that no one's allowed to go to. I mean, there's untouched tribes in Brazil. Like yeah. I mean, people won't even know we existed. Yeah, I mean, we'll be like footnotes in their history, right? They'll be looking at our ruins when they multiply and come back. Nah. So, um, but yeah, like no, the amount of technology that the U.S. military has is ridiculous. So yeah, like to think that we couldn't take Afghanistan, nah, like we could 100% have taken Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, all of it all at once, right? Um, I mean, there are comparable, countries like Russia. Who wants to fight Russia? You know, It's taken the whole of Europe and the US just to get Ukraine to where it's at now. And that's a lot of work. That's a lot of synergy. But yeah, we're helping Ukraine, but by sending them weapons and stuff and things like that. Look at those marks on the ground there. That's crazy. Straight lines. And then you move and then they go away. That's the mapping of the world, huh? Yeah, Senegalese, the Senegalese, yeah. Oh, that's what I told you is we didn't do it because it was all about making money. Like the Afghan and Iraq wars were to make people money. It had nothing to do with taking out terrorists. So just to give you perspective, right? In the United States, we used to have issues with like drugs in the U.S. with like heroin and things like that, but it wasn't a chronic issue. There wasn't huge drug problems in the U.S. Even when it came to abusing prescription drugs, it wasn't a big deal. Then we go to Afghanistan, the drug poppy growing capital of the world. And then all of a sudden, the United States has one of the biggest drug problems in the history of the United States. Like, it's basically the opium wars against the United States, right? So we go in there, and all of a sudden, drugs are all over the U.S. And like one of the things I'll tell you is you couldn't destroy a drug field. So like, if for some reason we got in a firefight and a round went into a wheat field or something in Afghanistan and it caught the field on fire and the wheat field burned down, we'd be like, oh, sorry, farmer, here's 2,000 American dollars, which is great compensation for that wheat field. You know what I mean? And so we didn't, we would try not to burn down those fields. But then if you burnt down a poppy field just on accident, you would get in serious trouble. We would have to pay like a massive amount of money to the Afghan government and the farmer. And you would probably get an Article 15 and face administrative separation from the army if you burnt down a poppy field. But you burnt down a wheat field, who gives a crap? Now, I'm not saying the U.S. is drugging its people. But what I'm saying is our priorities were very skewed there. And I think, corrupt people made money in the system. And it came all the way down to orders to the soldiers there. So, I don't think my worldview is skewed. It might be a little bit. But I was there. I lived it. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not saying we would nuke the world. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't need to nuke the world. Like, that's totally messed up. No one would be advocating the nuke people. Like I said, I don't even think we should have dropped the bombs on Japan because it was unnecessary. So that's what I'm saying. Like we don't need to do that. Like there's safer technology in the world. You know what I mean? So like yeah, and like, that's what I'm saying is like technology today is just so great that you just don't even use it. It's like when you look at the Ukraine war and Russia war, like it's all about technology, but in the end, you're still back in that trench warfare, just getting wasted like by drones. Everything is filmed by drones. Everything is filmed by satellite. Like all the technology, like if someone's getting a hit on the enemy, where they are, where the heat signatures are. Like they can tell you how many people are in this building, how many have come and gone. Like, so even when you look at the Ukraine Russia war, it's, you already know. It was like when we bombed Iran. I didn't need to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities, but drop two, drop some bombs, direct targeting, minimal damage on casualties. So, I mean, but not one boot had to go on the ground. I mean, you had to have spotters on the ground to make sure it was destroyed, but just that technology alone, no one even knew where the jets were. They didn't even know where the bombers were. They actually thought the bombers were flying west, but they were flying east. Like the whole world was so confused and didn't even know that was going on. And so, yeah, like nuclear technology is like, honestly, they should just use it to make energy. There's no point in even using it anymore to harm people, because it's a it's not a war technology that needs to be used. And that's why I'm like so surprised when I look at the Ukraine Russian war and that it's as civil as it is. And it's not civil at all. It could be a lot worse. And so that's why, like, I have hope for humanity in some regards. Because I would say both sides are showing great restraint in what they could actually do. Just like I would say, like, when the U.S. was in Iraq and Afghanistan, we were on full restraint mode. On trying not to create casualties, but there was also another agenda for people to make money. So, but sending an army in to not create casualties is kind of crazy, right? And so, but yeah, that's what the U.S. did. We had a military over there whose job was to not kill anybody. If that makes sense. Which honestly was fine for me after being over there and seeing the BS we were doing. I was like, shh, we can all stay on the fob, But unfortunately, medics can't stay on the fob. You got to go out. But yeah. Uh, I don't know. I think the running tally is um, let me see here. Let's check old Googly here. All right, so it's funny. I'm looking at this Reddit post. It's hilarious. I like Reddit because they're so full of shit. So they're like, it would take 300 times a million nuclear bombs to destroy Australia. So like, so no. So the biggest problem with like a nuclear bomb is the aftermath, not the actual blast itself. So like if you read about some of the explosions from like Hiroshima, um, they were outside the city, survived the blast and everything, and it literally started to rain black, but they were so dehydrated from the blast wave that they were drinking the black water that was raining down. But not only that, if you drop enough, it's basically like a massive volcano, right? It could put you in a whole nother ice age. So then you have all the casualties from all of that, like, and so it's the aftermath of the blasts. But like I'm saying, nuclear technology, nuclear weapons aren't even, I don't think anyone will ever use those because the deterrent is the weapon itself. Um, Honestly, I don't even know how many the U.S. has because any number would be a lie. Um, because we say we're destroying them, maybe, maybe not. Maybe we're making more. you know, I mean, last I heard, Trump was trying to make more, so I don't know if it's true or not. Well, but the difference between a nuclear power meltdown and a nuclear weapon is depending on how many you drop, it's all the debris and everything that it puts into the atmosphere. So, nuclear plant meltdown isn't going to put as much debris in the air as a nuclear explosion. So, it just depends on how many there are and how bad it is. It could cause nuclear winter, things like that. Because as y'all saw with the Fukushima and Chernobyl, like it didn't darken the sky, and you know there wasn't a loss of oxygen and stuff. So, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, no, like I think you're confused. Like, when I'm saying that the U.S. military could do it, I'm not saying anything about nuclear weapons. Like, I'm not even mentioning anything about nuclear weapons. Like, you don't even need nuclear weapons. So like what I'm saying is just the technologies we have are just crazy. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If we use the full force of our military, like that's what I'm saying, like you wouldn't need nuclear weapons. Like that's what I'm saying, like our stealth bombers, they couldn't even track them. The only way they can track our stealth technology is to see it taking off. So, no, I'm not saying it's the scariest thing ever because the U.S. military would never do anything like that because it doesn't profit the U.S., right? So they would never do that. But to say that the greatest military in the world, which I mean, honestly, the U.S. military is the greatest military in the world, um, couldn't take Afghanistan is a joke. It could. Um, just talk to even our allies. Like, they would never even want to mess with the U.S. military. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, how did Germany become so successful? Right? Was they used appeasement as their weapon. So that's what happens. Is Germany took Austria, Germany took Prussia, Germany did this, Germany did that. And then finally, the Europe draws a line on Poland, and that's the line. So they had already taken over large swaths of land through appeasement and things like that before anything was ever done. So that's what I'm saying is if you look at what the US has done to the rest of the world, we've kept them in the dirt for so long and it's messed up. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, like we have technologies that we don't even, just something as simple as an airborne unit. Everyone laughs about a unit that jumps out of an airplane until they're there, you know? Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I think the US, the next war for the US will probably be a civil war unless whoever's the president at the time, whether it be Trump or whoever else comes next, um, puts us in the war with someone else just to avoid that. Like I honestly think whatever the next war is, if it's not a civil war, it's literally a war to avoid civil war. No, what I'm saying is okay. Think about Germany after World War One. They were literally they were the poorest country in Europe because they were in so much debt. You see what I'm saying? Like they went from a country that was in so much debt that they were able to recover financially and create a war machine. That's crazy. And not only that, they were able to use appeasement to conquer a bunch of land without actually doing anything. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah. Yeah, no one wants that. That's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly. I'd rather be on another country that isn't a military annex or in a war. Yes. Yes, yes. They did have the first airborne units. You are correct. Everything that the U.S. pretty much has was pretty much stolen. It's like the Mustang aircraft. Um, we took a Japanese Zero that had crashed in um, Alaska and reversed engineered the Zero, put a little bit of American technology in there, and there you go. You got the Mustang. Um, so yeah, even the Mustang is pretty much stolen technology. Our greatest, one of our greatest aircraft, supposedly. Um, one of the best of World War II for sure. All right, let's go. Let's see here. We get over to this place. See how much of this I've discovered. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. No one wants all their money going to the military. No one wants that at all. Actually, that's what I was saying is we should cut the budget to the U.S. military. Oh, dang. Not looking good for that village. Let me attack it from this side while the R is doing their job. Oh, should have been paying attention to you. Oh, two of them. I'm gonna have to stand and fight. And they're gonna kill me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything's trying to kill me right now. I'm just trying to take that village and the locks don't want me to. I need some... I need something with lots of stamina. Let me see here. Black soup. No, blood pudding. Blood pudding. I think that's the highest stamina food I have right now. Yep. Alright, thistle, blood bag, barley. Actually, I'll just go get the ones I have over there. Oh yeah, no problem running. Oh, 100% the world needs to talk more. Oh no. Oh, I don't have any armor. And is there more than one corpse here? No, that's my corpse. Okay. So let's try to avoid those guys this time and don't let them sneak up on me. Oh, yeah. I don't like the fact they want everyone to be the same. Like, Yeah, that I even hate that about the US is like you used to have like family restaurants everywhere and like you would go to a different state and like the food would be different and the people would all do different things and stuff like that like lacrosse and hockey. What the hell is that? But now like everyone eats at McDonald's. Everyone has a Pizza Hut. Everyone has this and that. And so like everything's the same. So I don't get to experience the different types of food, you know? So like even like pizza is different in different states. So at least it used to be. Now it's like all the same, but you know, yeah, differences are good. Oh man, not good. Ah, miss my breath here. So I'll be able to dodge that. That's not. There we go. He looks like my ex-wife. It's like my grits. Yeah, I think I don't think people understand grits if you're not from the South, you know? There's my last totems that I'll need right there. Way over his head. Thinking I'm over here with the brood bow. Oh shit, 2-star. Should you like not be here, guy? Ah, drank it too late. Yeah, if they look too young, they are 100%. Yeah, no. Do they have the boy girl problem there in the Philippines? Or is that just like places like Thailand and stuff? I think if you go to the Philippines, that'll be fun. Hey, good for you, Riley. That's what I'm talking about. Gotta hurry up and get this and get back. It's nighttime. That's that 2-star still. Got my Locks cape on. I should smell like the plains. You shouldn't be attacking me. Nah. I'm totally walking away from this portal, I think. No, this has got to be it. Oh my gosh. Note to self, make portal on map next time. I'd have run by it by now. There it is. I made a portal, like I just couldn't remember where I put it. See, I like that trophy. The old Brenna trophy. Yeah, I always bring my exploring portal. The one time I'm gonna forget my portal is when I make it to the Ashlands. I'll forget it, and then I'll have to sail all the way back. That's what I could see. The most inconvenient time possible, whenever that will be. Fine Yagluth, no portal mats. My boat gets destroyed. He's on an island. Shaman. There you go. Ah, how did I move last second? Ah, I suck. So I told you won't see much sniping for me. Oh yeah, it's been cold for a while. Yeah, yeah. Check on your plants. Boom watch. Yeah, 100%. That's what I've been doing today. Doom playing. Oh, nice. Wooden net gear. Let's see here. The chances of ever finding his stone is slim to none. Alright, time to get back to the portal. Okay, I'll take that tar. Yeah, later today I'm gonna play World of Warcraft. Hey, I saw you playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like I thought that was pretty cool. Um, I'd never played that before, so yeah, there were some plot holes in what you were showing, but I get it. You were saying there was something like some some sort of softcore porn going on in the game, so I guess you couldn't show that on, on YouTube. But like, I was like, whoa. So, but yeah, like dude's family gets killed and his village is what destroyed or something. I'm not quite sure, but like, and that's just the intro. Like, that's pretty cool. I mean, that'll be good to watch. Yeah. But nah, tonight I'm gonna play WoW Classic, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll definitely be playing it. And then yeah, for my survival craft game, um, yeah, I mean I've never played Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'd never thought about it, but maybe that'll be a good one to play. I swore I had these in here. I guess I left them over at the other place. Yep, there they are. Alrighty. Well then, there you have it, guys. Yeah, I can't wait for the Great North, or the Deep North, right? It's gonna be fun. But at some point, ponies ate and pulled up my palm trees next door, so that was a waste. Dang. Secret in a few videos, it's the funniest quest I've ever seen in a video game. Hey, I can't wait to see it. Yeah. So yeah, because Kingdom Come Deliverance, I've never heard of that. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. So that'll be good to watch. But yeah, so today our plan was to make the padded armor, which is fully set at level 4. So our armor is good for Yagluth. Our meads have been made to fight Yagluth. The only thing I have left to do is find him and probably make the Frostner, um, which is going to be a pain in of itself, both of those. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed watching. I'll be on tomorrow for some Valheim, and I'll be on tonight for some World of Warcraft Classic. So yeah. And hey, if y'all want, Runny Nose has some good Valheim on his channel, and I guess he's starting Kingdom Come Deliverance, so which so far has looked pretty good. So, but anyway, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all on the next one. And make sure you like the video if you liked it. Subscribe if you want to see more. Subscribe because yeah, it costs y'all nothing. So maybe when I retire, if I have enough subscribers to actually do anything with it, I might do more videos. Maybe. Yes. All depends on you. But yeah, and I can't wait for the 1.0 release. I hope they come up with cool quest line or something with it. Yeah, I only died a handful of times, so it wasn't too bad, right? Yeah. And I'll catch y'all later too. So, but yeah, if y'all need anything, just message me. It's too easy. I'm always here. Send comments. But all right, y'all have fun. And if y'all are watching the WoW, I'll see y'all on tonight. And if y'all aren't, well, I guess I'll see y'all tomorrow on Valheim. All right, later, guys.